Hello and welcome back to OtakuDaiKun. I am Dai and I am here with Ari-chan, my wife.
Yo!
We're going to be reading some Higurashi no Naku Koro ni Higurashi when they cry. We're starting from the beginning of the entire visual novel.
Oh god. It's
Yep.
such a story.
Yeah. So we're not going to be spouting spoilers.
No,
necessarily.
I'm just gonna say it's a story.
Mm-hmm. Hello everybody. Yes. So, what I'm gonna do here is, I was gonna ask you guys about the audio. You should hear the lovely cicadas right now, which you'll hear throughout like this entire thing.
It's pretty emblematic.
They call it like an audio drama or audio novel or whatnot, as opposed to a visual novel, even though it is a visual novel.
And kind of a cool note, the style of the houses in the background, they're kind of like these houses in a place in Japan called Shirakawago. They're these very specific kind of thatch style houses. So just tells you how far out in the boonies this town is.
What is it about? You don't know what Higurashi is about? Well, that's a lovely time to get started then. It's about a creepy town. That's pretty much the basics of it.
And children.
Well, kids in that creepy town and what they deal with. But yeah, okay, so what you want to do is with the audio, if you can hear the cicadas, hopefully they're not too loud. I don't want them to drown out my voice, you know? That would be bad.
Bad, okay?
But if you want the volume up or down, let me know. But otherwise, let's get started.
Let's go.
Oh!
Extremely high.
Difficulty? You make choices. I don't know how it's difficult, but we'll find out. Shut up, kid.
God.
Shut up, kid! You're not helping.
She's helping create the ambiance.
You watched the anime and it was crazy as hell? Yeah. So this is basically, a much more elaborate, long-term form of the anime. How long is it? I've heard of it, but I was never interested until I heard it was their anime adaptation. There were multiple anime adaptations. Well, it's hard to say. The first one is Studio Dean. This story is a work of fiction. June! Won't tell you when. Fuck you. Oh. Oh.
And so it begins.
If I was gonna be ripped apart anyways, having my body ripped apart would have been far better. I trusted her. No, I still trust her. Even in this very moment, I trust her. But I'm starting to realize I only wanted to trust her because I refused to accept the truth.
It's impossible.
It was as if I was trying to convince myself in such a silly, sobbing voice. And those tears making a mess of my face. That mechanical, repetitious sound finally stilled and everything fell silent. Only the cry of the cicadas remained, annoyingly loud. Shut!
They're pretty much always going to be there, too.
And yet, I felt as if I could still hear her voice. But that's not possible. She's no longer speaking. The only one crying is me. She never cried. Even when she repeated those words over and over, she never expressed any emotion, because there were none to show. If she had no tears to shed for me, then I shouldn't shed any for her. Then why this pain, my eyes getting moist? Why was this happening? I still wanted to believe I hadn't been split apart. That's enough, right? Inside me, an inner voice whispered gently. My spirit had suffered enough, and countless times I'd wavered over whether I should just throw the battered thing away. Except I've stubbornly refused to do that, haven't I? I'd feel better if I just threw it away. Even knowing that, I chose to believe, didn't I? Only I can understand that painful struggle and appreciate it. Hey, me. I've tried more than enough. I'll acknowledge that much. So, isn't it alright to just take the easy way out? Besides, I'm not throwing it away. I'm leaving it behind, with her, like flowers by a grave. Now then, calm your nerves, even though you can't feel your right arm. Just lift it up, and with every swing, forget a little more.
Yaba.
That kindness made me happy. Kindness? That adorable smile brought me joy. I liked petting your head. Well, so much for that.
Stop it then.
I loved how demure you were.
Oh, now we know who it is. Ah.
Because this will be the last time. Because when I swing this down, I'll forget. This is my first and last bouquet for you. That's not a bouquet.
No.
It's like a bukkake of blood. Perhaps I really did love you. Oh,
That's disgusting.
maybe.
And no, this is not part of the Nasuverse, but it's complicated enough that it could be an honorary entry if they wanted to.
It's not that confusing, thankfully.
It's just a lot.
June 13th, just to put a date. Oh, yeah, no songs.
No
are...
song, sorry.
Sorry. You can look up that intro, though, and there are, yeah.
Blame copyright. Blame copyright.
Yeah, alright, let's see here. Ketchup. Prefer the novel over the anime? A lot of people would. Higurashi Go and Hen got translated recently. Yeah. Well, there was a manga for those that was adapted after the anime. So it's hard to say. Is this world connected to the Nasuverse? No. Not at all. Not officially, no. Yeah, it's basically a VN. Narration can be so long. Yeah, it can. Dark visual novel. Sounds like he's petting real hard. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Ugh. Plot twist. It's one of the Pruna timelines. Yeah, right. This is all a lost belt.
Yeah.
Rather much put a date instead of an XX date. Yeah, I agree. I don't know why people do that shit. It's like, in the year 20XX. It's like, well, just make up a fucking number.
I don't know.
It's fiction. I wonder what she's apologizing for. It felt wrong to eavesdrop, so I tried to ignore it. It had been a while since I last went to the city. I only returned to attend the funeral of a relative. Even though I'd lived there until last month, I found the bustle of the city to be overwhelming. Those skyscrapers and the multi-lane roads. The melodious cacophony of the crosswalk. Even the campaign speeches blaring in front of the station felt nostalgic.
The sound effects are really cool because it's in like true stereo, and, like headphones.
The place where I live now isn't nearly as lively. There's only one chirping of locusts and the babbling of brooks. Stop babbling. And the cry of the Higurashi. Well, yeah, everywhere. Evening cicadas. Rather than making me feel lonely, that quietness had begun to instill a sense of serenity. There is nothing where I'm living now. I don't just mean there aren't any burger joints. There aren't even vending machines. That's saying something.
Yeah, it sucks.
No music stores, no restaurants, no arcades. Fuck! An ice cream parlor? No chance. The nearest town has some stuff like that, but it's an hour away by bike. But come to think of it, it wasn't really a big deal. There were music stores and arcades and ice cream parlors where I used to live, but it wasn't like I ever hung out at any of them. I had lived in the city for 10 years and never once been to an ice cream parlor. Well, you're just lame, aren't you? I should have gone at least once, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's only now that I'm starting to regret that a little. Somebody is still apologizing. Who is she apologizing to? She's apologized so much, so just forgive her already. There's no reason anyone should need to apologize so much. I started to feel a bit annoyed at whoever was refusing to forgive her. No matter how bad the mistake, there's nothing that can't be forgiven. There's no such thing as an irreparable mistake. Oh, really? You just need to be more careful next time. She's still apologizing even now.
Still get caught.
Then, has she really done something that can't be fixed? I have no idea what she's done, but if it can't be fixed, then that's all the more reason to forgive her. No matter how much she apologizes, nothing will change. But even so, she keeps apologizing in such a heartbreaking voice.
It doesn't matter, man.
About a week ago, warned you about someone named Urgent Nation Discord telling the stories, recommending your vids to Griffin. What is it with Griffin? Who even gives a shit about Griffin?
What?
It's so weird. Like, I'll drop it there, but it's just weird. Main character, lame version of Emiya, basically Emiya who is a normal, boring person. It's not always about Shiro. Do you plan on playing the, sorry, AI, the Somnium Files, Nirvana? I know that game. I don't know. I don't know if it's something that's really up my alley. I like the graphical style. It seems pretty stylish, but it didn't look like it had the most exciting gameplay to me. So it's hard to say.
Oh, and the husbando list is coming. It's been made. I'm just having a really hard time making the descriptions because I keep making them really long.
Yeah, you gotta be like...
It's there.
Yeah, I like these guys' pecs. S tier. You need to be more blunt like that.
But I can't because they're all... I mean, at least my S tier ones are very full, round.
Limit yourself to like a
Puns.
sentence. A sentence or two.
How can it be a long run-on sentence?
Then it would just sound like... Hey you, the one she's apologizing to. Why don't you just go ahead and forgive her? God damn it. She's apologizing in a pathetic voice.
Keiichi, そろそろ着くぞ。
Okay.
起きなさい。
What, were you saying it all in your head? I was finally roused from my nap by my father's prodding. Who the hell are you talking about, you crazy bastard? The actual date when the first Higurashi took place, it was June 1983. Right. I know Higurashi from another video that begins these Victorian witches.
Ooh.
You're talking about Umineko, and I don't care for Umineko. I will not be doing Umineko, just to put that there. But there's shit tons of Higurashi, so if you guys really, really like it, and the viewer turnout is really, really, really good, so far, not quite so. I'm hoping for bigger numbers than we currently have, but we'll see. Otherwise, this might be the only stream I do of Higurashi. It seemed the train had reached its final stop. We'd spent hours riding everything from the bullet train to the local routes. It was hard to believe that the landscape beyond the window in the city I was in half a day ago were in the same country. No, but they were even from the same era. From there, we'd take a car deeper into the mountains. Hinamizawa! Does this have jump scares? What even is Umineko? It's a mystery story made by the same people here, and it's connected. Like, what... I forgot what the guy's name who makes this, but he's got kind of his own little universe, like the Nasu-verse has its own thing, too, so...
What else is included in it? The universe.
I'm only aware of those two, to be honest, but... I'd love you to see me play all the Higurashi games. Well, again, if the viewership doesn't rise, that's the issue.
Invite your friends!
People voted for this, but I don't know if they realized it's kind of a more slow, contemplative experience.
But you're a very slow and contemplative presence.
Well, yeah, but we'll find out.
And I'm chaos.
I did not do a collab with Caldea Gurus yet. Not yet. I'm not sure why. Siconia? Yeah, I'm not an expert in it. I'm an expert, well, I call myself... I'm pretty damn familiar with all the Higurashi stuff. I could make a lore of Higurashi with just Higurashi by itself. Past where the dense forest encroaching on the mountain road suddenly opened up. Hinamizawa!
God, it doesn't help that it's actually hot in the house today, but the cicadas just bring me back to just the miserable, hot summer in Japan. Like, ugh.
This, or there, where I live now, Hinamizawa. And for some reason, the left side is cropped improperly. Shame on the devs. Shame on the devs.
Shame.
Well, I think the game was originally supposed to be in 4.3, but they're expanding stuff to 16:9, so it's like... someone screwed it up. Even though we were approaching summer, the morning air still had a frigid bite. Although in exchange you could fill your lungs with crisp, clean air. Flipping open the window, I was greeted with a verdant expanse. Nothing but trees. The neighboring house was far away on the other side, so I was probably the only one enjoying that view and that air. I filled my lungs with another deep breath.
I am Professor Chaos.
Hi, Professor Chaos. Hey, Kenshin.
Hey.
What do you recommend the best visual novel you read up till now? Personally, and this is kind of more of an obscure one, but I really love Song of Saya. It's really dark and crazy.
It's beautiful, but horrifying.
Horrifying, absolutely horrifying. I'm also a huge fan of the Utawareru Umono games. You cannot go wrong with any of those.
No, Eridu is cute. We have a cat. We have a cat. Hello, cat.
Since I started living in Hinamizawa, I learned that even air had its own taste.
Ugh.
Well, it's a good thing. I quickly finished getting ready for school and headed downstairs for breakfast.
Taste of blood.
Not yet. My mother was the only one there. My father was nowhere to be seen. He was probably up working until early morning. Dad had a rather unconventional job as a painter. It's such a laid-back profession. Get up when you want, sleep when you want, and work when you want. I was so jealous of that easygoing lifestyle. I even wrote for school that I wanted to be a painter when I grew up. Dad was ecstatic about that. It was just because it looked easy. I'd never tell him that, though. Mom laid breakfast out on the table. Seaweed, pickled vegetables, raw egg, and grilled salmon.
Yummy.
I mean, if there's a market for your paintings, sure, but otherwise that sounds really hard. My mom was such a good cook, it was scary. Someone tells me the MC would be a heavy smoker. What? Why? Oh, because of the air. Could you do a house gaming setup tour? That would be interesting. Maybe. I suppose I could. Wonder if Higurashi will be compatible in FGO collab. Higurashi has collabed with weirder things, for sure, like, Clannad. It is so weird to have Clannad and Higurashi
so
in the same thing.
happy.
Yeah, like, overwhelmingly happy visual novel versus to creepy murder visual novel. Art in general is not a cakewalk. No, not at all.
No.
A perfect, immaculate, ideal breakfast. Unlike my dad, who didn't even know the meaning of the word schedule, my mom never squandered any time or effort. She hummed a little tune as she brought over the miso soup. It seemed like she was in a good mood today.
こっちに引っ越してきてから圭一が早起きになって嬉しいわね。
早起きしないと朝飯を食いそびれるんだよ。
Aw, that's sweet.
I thought I was being cute, responding with a wisecrack after being praised for being good.
ご飯はいっぱい？それとも半分くらいでいい？
山盛り。
Yamamuri. I love
Bring
it.
it on! First, I savored the steaming hot rice with the seaweed. After that, I covered it with the egg! Between bites of rice, I enjoyed the crunch of the pickles. Not bad at all. Excellent as usual. Watching me clean my plate, Mom gave me a warm
こ
smile.
っちに引っ越してきてから圭一が朝食を欠かさないんで嬉しいわね。
I don't read light novels, really, so I have very little experience with them. Clannad had a collab with Higurashi, yes, in some mobile game or whatever. It was weird. It was really weird.
It's like they're both cute, like children sets. Let's combine them together. No.
I was not a morning person when we lived in the city. I slept right until the last minute before school and rarely ate breakfast. Boycotting the breakfast Mom made me each morning. That was probably the only way I could protest being forced to attend cram school. I guess that's what you'd call my rebellious phase. I wouldn't so much as look at the breakfast she woke up early every day to make. You asshole.
I know.
If I could go back in time, I'd slap myself. There you go.
Yeah. I would too.
Mindful of the time, Mom rushed me along with a wide grin.
そろそろレナちゃんと待ち合わせの時間じゃない？急いで急いで。
Mom really seemed to enjoy the fact that her son was going to school with a girl. Rana is one of my classmates. She really loves looking after people. She does cook too, though.
She does cook.
Coming to meet me every day without fail. The way I looked at it, a guy my age walking to school with a girl was just lame. But, well, keeping a classmate waiting for me every day wouldn't be very considerate. Seriously, though, how long does Rena wait there for me every morning? Taking one last gulp of miso soup, I raced to the door.
レナちゃんにお漬物ありがとうって伝えてね。
Pickles!
Freckles!
Come to think of it, those pickles weren't store-bought, were they? If I'd known that, I would have savored them a bit more.
Yeah, fresh made pickles are the best. One of our friends makes them herself, and they're amazing. Oh, God.
Sidonia, huh? Yeah, Planet X Higurashi was a thing for, like, a mobile game or whatever. They had, like, art where they were all happy together. Which is good.
Yeah,
at least
they
it was
deserve to
happy.
be happy. You'll see why. Spoilers.
Ohio? So, this game has... The version I'm playing, the 07 mod or whatever, tries to combine, like, all the previous versions of Higurashi, because it released on, like, PC, and then it went to console, and they added content on the console. So the mod I'm playing is, like, a combination of all of them. So that gives me the option to switch the sprites. So you guys can choose... This is what they call the remake sprite, with the more flashy eyes, and the more simplistic art style design is the console version. The console version has lip sync, whereas this does not.
Her hair, like, instantly grew in size.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Well, yeah. So you tell me which one you want. This is console, this is remake. Console, remake. Console with lip sync, remake without lip sync.
I know which one I'd pick. But I'm not going to influence the decision.
Console's better.
And Japanese.
I do not have the scary original art. That stuff is, yeah, that's a little weird.
Kawaii.
Here in console. Remake. Ooh, it's getting spicy.
Spicy wolf.
Console. Okay, console.
Consoles have it.
We will continue on as is.
Yay!
相変わらず早いな。たまにはのんびり朝寝坊したっていいんだぜ。
お寝坊したらケイチ君を待たせちゃうじゃない。
She's so conscientious and such a good person.
そん時は置いてく。
ケイチ君冷たい。いつも待っててあげてるのに。
サクサク置いてく。キリキリ置いてく。
どうして冷たいんだろう。
Just wait until they make him play punishment games.
Oh, God.
Rena had a slightly troubled look on her face. Toying with her was rather fun because of how quickly her mood changed.
嘘。ちゃんと待ってるよ。
With those words, Rena seemed to relax. Her face flushed bright red.
Oh.
ありがとう。
レナが来るまでずーっと待ってる。いつまでも。
Oh, he's so cute.
Rena turned bright red, steam rising from her head as her brain short-circuited. She's especially weak to this sort of talk. It's quite rare to find someone this fun to
レ
tease.
ナはロマンスものの文庫本は読んだことあるか？
Just pushing his luck now.
ないよ。読んだことな
Are
い
you。trying to make her blow up?
The two of us are doing great today. The art style looks like Xenogears anime short OVA art style. I don't see quite where you get that, but
Interesting. Maybe the background? So the shading? Perhaps?
from that response I gathered she was interested in them but was too embarrassed to actually buy one. I couldn't imagine what would happen if she did read one. She'd probably turn red and pass out.
そうそう
Break her little brain.
お袋から伝言。漬物サンキューでしたって。
Yeah, Japanese pickles are far superior.
Specifically Tsukemono.
Yes.
I could hear him say that.
Tsukemono, because there's well, the tsukemono is the stuff that is pickled over a longer period of time, versus you'll hear sunomono, which su is literally vinegar, and that's just literally you just kind of spritz some vinegar on it quickly on the fresh vegetable before you eat it. So the tsukemono requires a lot more time because you have to pickle it longer.
しょっぱくなかったかな。
They weren't that salty. Actually, they had a pretty light flavor to them.
Which is why I love them.
It would have been fine to just be honest and say they were good, but apparently I couldn't be that forthright.
その前に聞きたい。 あの漬物を漬けたのはレナか？レナのお母さんか？
なんで聞くんだろう。しょっぱかった？
Her attitude completely changed as she began to panic frantically.
レナか？レナのお母さんか？
なんで作った人聞くん
You
だ
already said you liked them. That's okay. Oh, good boy.
Poppy playtime.
どっちが作ったかで感想が一時。
I was watching a bit of Let's Plays of that newer one. Spider Lady isn't as crazy as the previous, whatever his name was, Fuzzy Wuzzy something.
Oh god, yeah.
The one that chased you in the vents was way scarier, in my opinion.
He's horrifying. Yeah, just the animation in the vent is like so well done.
She counted frantically on her fingers, trying to remember the amount of salt she'd used to pickle them. It wasn't like I was trying to tease her, but I couldn't stop myself. Yeah, you were.
Of course you
Guys who take pleasure in this kind of thing are probably the worst. Guys like me.
There you go.
Rena nervously opened and closed her mouth over and over, trying to muster a response.
レナだけど。
うまかった。前回に続きなかなかだったぜ。飯との相性は最高だった。
What is your favorite manga series? You know, that's a tough one. I don't read, like, a lot of manga. I usually tend to like the ones that have a really nice art style that are better and superior to their anime versions, which tend to get watered down. Or manga you can't get an anime adaptation of. Recently, I've been really into the, what's it called? Winverga. It's done by the guy who does the art for Jinky and Jinky Extend.
Oh.
Let me figure out what it's full. I know it was in Japanese. Winverga. Jinroki Winverga. If I just Google that. Human Wolf Machine Winverga. It's like a mecha story where it's very adult. It's very sexual.
It's sexual.
Yeah, it's about like tribes of women having to fight against an overwhelming patriarchal presence that wants to just subdue women and have their way with them and stuff. It's
Oh my.
it's crazy, but they're fighting and the art is amazing and I don't know, it's just kind of cool.
Kenny's so cute.
Seen the cyberpunk anime? I've seen Genocyber and Cygart. Those are pretty fucked up, yeah. As far as cyberpunk anime, I like Bubblegum Crisis, the original.
Bubblegum Crisis. Yeah, I like it too. It's very silly.
It's not that silly.
Oh, wait, sorry, that's Angel.
What are you talking about?
I keep messing up Bubblegum Crisis and the Hyper Doll.
Hyper Doll is a completely different show.
I know, but they're both like in the same vein.
Not really. One
Yeah,
was
they
like
are.
90s and one was 80s. One was cyberpunk and one was Magical Girl.
Well, no, there's not Hyper Doll. Oh my god. Bubblegum Crisis and what's the one with K and...
Dirty Pair.
Dirty Pair, thank you. I mess up with Dirty Pair. and
Dirty
Bubblegum
Pair.
Crisis
Yeah, I
all the
love
time.
me some Dirty Pair.
Kenny, he's so cute. Sorry, I'm distracting the cat because he's very bored and he's being really cute.
Tonight, a hurricane. Touch me, hurricane. Spending this lonely night loving you. Loving you.
Yapping you.
Her face went bright red again. She was completely spacing out. It truly was a lot of fun to tease her. I pray that Rena never gets taken advantage of by some lowlife. Keep at it, Rena. I'll train you until you handle it like the average person. Or so I decided for myself.
行こうぜ。ミオンを待たせるとあいつうるさいぞ。
So it's the story behind this VN? I mean, we're starting it. We're playing it right now.
If we told you too much, it would be a total
Dude
spoiler.
moves into a new town, or a town that he used to live in when he was younger. And it's extremely rural. There's like nothing but countryside and shit. Seeing as she just keeps spacing out otherwise, I called Rena back to reality so we could make our way to school. This strange, easily flustered girl is Rena Ryugu. I've only known her for about a month, but I've come to realize it's not just her name that's strange. She's crazy. Yeah, I'm obsessed with that song too.
Oh wait, we're gonna run into the Meatbon soon, aren't we?
Not yet.
Not yet. Next chapter, right? Because we.
Well, no, she's in this somewhere. Coming up to the next rendezvous point, we'll probably see them at school. We saw another person waiting for us. Noticing us, she waved.
Oh, that walking into the class. Yeah, I remember that now. Yeah,
Oh.
okay.
来た来た遅いよ二人とも
No, we got Mion.
Meow.
いつも遅いのはお前の方だろ
In sharp contrast to the diligent Rena, this one marched to the beat of her own drum. She's Mion Sonozaki. For what it's worth, she's our senior and head of the class.
おはようレナそしてケイちゃんお久しぶり
D.
何年ぶりだっけ
More rural than Inaba, for sure.
Oh my god, yes. No, seriously, look up Shida Kawago
2日しか休んでねえ
in
よ
Japan. That's pretty much where this is. Guaranteed. Is in the middle of frickin' nowhere.
Like, even Inaba didn't have, like, houses made of the grass roof.
Yep, the straw
tops-
roofs.
Straw rooftops, yeah.
Yep.
そうだっけか
These
前に会っ
thatch
た時は
rooftops are
こ
very
んなに
indicative
ち
of
っ
where
ちゃく
this
て
is.
可愛かったのにな
Mion then lowered her hand about 1 meter above the ground.
俺は先月引っ越してきたばかりなんだが
こんなに立派に育ってくれておじさん苦労した甲斐があったよ
I do like Mion. She's pretty cool.
Yeah, I like her too.
She gently took out a handkerchief and pretended to weep into it. Just what is she trying to pull off at 8 o'clock in the morning?
誰が苦労したんだ誰が
たくましくなっちゃった上にヒゲまで生やしちゃってさ
Do you really?
まだヒゲなんか生えるか
いや生えてるね先週ヒゲ剃り買ったでしょ
あれは親父のなんでお前が知ってる
Mion sneered at the question, and then wagged her index finger right in my face. Just what is she playing at?
What you playing at?
ミヨンさんの情報収集能力をなめちゃいけないよケイちゃんの昨日の夕食からレナの3サイズまで全ておじさんはお見通しさ
Joanna's measurements, huh? My interest peaked. I placed my hand over her shoulder while she was still smirking.
ちなみにレナの3サイズは
やっぱ気になるちなみに高いよいくら出す
Ikarade. Catching on to our awful discussion, Reina became flustered and began to ramble in a near panic.
Stop torturing the poor girl.
何の話だろう何の話だろう
Whoa, good boy.
You like Shion? I could understand that. Red-faced and flustered, Rena tried to play dumb, but it was obvious she knew exactly what we were talking about. I don't know, I just like the more tomboyish element.
Oh, that was me.
どうだった久しぶりの都会はさ
Mion switched gears, dropping the dirty talk and changing the topic to something more befitting the pleasant morning.
葬式で行っただけだぜ慌ただしいだけだったよ
でさ探しといてくれた頼んどいたやつ
お前人の話聞いてないだろ
What was that British accent earlier? Who did a British accent?
That was me.
What did you... Why?
I was just like, what is she playing at? Like, what are you playing at?
She's getting down into that Xenoblade sort of thing.
Get stuck in.
Get his stuck in.
おもちゃ屋巡りを
I'm
して
really
余裕なん
feeling
か
it.
なかったんだ
I'm
よ
It's funny because my coworkers aren't from London, but that's like
お
a
もちゃ屋
very
とホビー
like
ショップは
London
全然
accent.
違うよ
I'm around them all the time.
特に
so I
洋
end
物
up
こっちじゃなかなか手に入らないからね
Yeah, we're not British.
No.
みーちゃん
Although I have
またゲー
started
ム
saying
の
loo
話
now instead of bathroom because it just sounds a bit more interesting.
そう
You're a
ケイちゃん
loon.
に洋芸のカタログを持ってきてもらいたかったんだけどね
I know, I'm kidding.
You calling me a loony?
Westport was short for Western Imported Games. You want that crap? Using that abbreviation did make it sound pretty geeky.
そんなのまた通販で取り寄せりゃいいじゃねえか
まそうするかなまたプレイングの熱いゲームを入荷するからね今度は私にもわかりやすいゲームがいいな
Mion is a board and card game enthusiast, and I hear she's collected quite a lot of different ones. According to Rena, Mion's room has kind of become a museum for domestic and foreign games.
Oh.
Okay, fine, you're talking board games, that's
俺にもわか
fine.
りそうなゲー
Yeah,
ムだ
right,
った
because
らやらせ
the
てくれ
board
よ
game competition. Oh, sorry, I'm spoiling.
Well, that's not a big spoiler.
Okay, good.
ケイちゃんさえ良ければね
They're always
うちら
playing
のレベ
cards
ルは
and games
高
and
い
shit.
よ
Yeah.
上等じゃねえか。俺だって遊び100番遅れを取るつもりはないぜ。
Are there fights in this VN? No, it's not that kind. It's not dai-chan. This is Ari-chan.
Sorry, this is Dari-chan. Yeah.
It's the same voice, but she is here as herself.
Yeah, I'm much less refined.
Cringing from the accents. Oh, we're cringeworthy, eh?
Oh no.
I'm just imitating what I played in Xenogear Blade.
They're very, very, very strong Northern London accents. That's why
Bristling with joy from head to toe, Rana looked back and forth between me and Mion. Mion gave her an affirmative wink, and her expression perked up even further.
男の子ってきっと外で遊ぶ方が好きだと思ってたからダメかと思ってたよ
Which post-apocalyptic anime or manga have you read or watched? Shit, I'm trying to read at the same time. It's hard to think of which ones I've watched. Rana laughed happily from such a friendly conversation. Actually, aha! Bubble.
Bubble!
Bubble. It's a Netflix movie, and I made a video on it recently. It'll go public sometime this month, and it's fantastic. It's made by the people who did Kabaneri of the Iron Fortress. It's got music from Sawano Hiroyuki. It's on Netflix, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
Okay, like legit, search for Bubble OST and look up Parkour. It's the name of the song is called Parkour. It is the most freaking epic thing. Oh my god, it's so good. Yes, Bubble OST Parkour. It's like less than 4 minutes long, and it's oh god. Sawano Hiroyuki is at his like peak.
Such a friendly conversation. You wouldn't think I had moved here less than a month ago. I understood that they did all they could to make a transfer student like me feel at home. I'll have to try harder to fit in so they won't feel like they have to try and make me feel welcome. I felt like if I acted a bit more open than I usually am, it should probably be about right for this place. There is a fighting game for Higurashi that functions similar to JoJo. That's weird.
That's hilarious. Wasn't what was that big mass collab game? Weren't they in that one? Like the Higurashi characters with like Persona and
No, you're talking BlazBlue Cross
BlazBlue,
Tag Battle,
yes.
but no, hell
They
no.
weren't in
No,
with the hatchet?
hell no.
No?
Although, Rana with a hatchet
I'm pretty
is something
sure.
I would have seen in like Mugen, and I don't know what the original source for that would be.
Okay, because I'm remembering this very distinctly in my brain, seeing that in a fighting game. So maybe.
Hinamizawa was a really small village. Not only was there only one school, but there was only one class.
Jesus Christ.
The class encompasses all different grades and ages. There are about 30 students at different levels, and they all study in the same class.
God, sounds
I'm
like
told
this-
that long ago there used to be a bigger school building, and they had actual separate classes. However, it seems something happened that it maybe become a single class, and now it stayed that way out of tradition.
What happened?
I was shocked at first, but humans adapt pretty quickly. I've already gotten quite used to it. The sound of children playing started right from the morning. With such a lively mood, it felt like more of a kindergarten than a proper school. Not that that was a bad thing. Hope you're doing well. It's sad Tsukihime remake is not coming to the West, but maybe one day it will. We'll have to see what the sales are for Mahotsukai no Yoru,
Yeah.
because that's coming in English.
That'll be good.
And its pre-orders are available right now from PlayAsia.com. So yeah. Mion, who had been walking in front of us up till then, suddenly let me take the lead. Right in front of the classroom door. So I was meant to slide the door open and enter the room first. Too bad I wasn't gonna fall for that again.
ここで先頭を譲るとはな。お手並み拝見ってことかよ。
Mion chuckled with a haughty smirk on her face.
どうしたの二人とも
下がってろレナ。危ないぞ。やつだ。
じゃあさとこちゃんが
Oh, loud she coming.
Freaky ass Satoko.
Oh my god.
Her name was Satoko Hojo. She was a disrespectful, impudent, bossy kid. The way she talks was annoying. but it would be immature to get worked up over just that. The real problem was this.
見え見えの罠だな。
The master of traps.
It's a trap. 見え見えだぜ、サトコ。
A haughty laugh came from beyond the door.
お見事、ケイちゃん。こりゃ今回は勝負あったかな。
いや、相手はサトコだ。これだけと
Yep,
は思えない。
prank war.
Mm-hmm.
After falling for such intricate traps since the day I transferred, I no longer let my guard down. Satoko liked to combine a variety of traps. Traps that were simply there to bait you into the main one. Traps that relentlessly kept coming at you like a sadistic Rube Goldberg machine. The list goes on. As well as being clever, they almost never misfire. When you least expect it, she strikes. No escape, no time to
見たと
relax.
ころ黒板消しは普通。 石とかは入れてないみたいだな。
Rocks and an eraser? Oof. I took a pretty heavy hit from a blackboard eraser loaded with rocks on my first day.
Ow! That could have killed you.
じゃあさ、ガラガラって開けて落としちゃえばいいんじゃないかな。
Oh god.
それだ。
After going through the anime, just
Yeah, that's what
Right.
Satoko was after. Although, that was all anime original stuff that came way after the entire Higurashi
Right.
saga up until that point. So, we won't see anything like that here.
Okay, that was insane. Though.
Making me focus my attention upward, so as I lifted my hand to the door. There were thumbtacks stuck to the sliding door handle with tape. Ugh, a frightening trap.
Jesus Christ.
A potent and terrifying trap. What if the teacher accidentally got hit by this?
Right?
Concealed by using the blackboard eraser.
見事なコンボだ、サトコ。
Since I don't
だ
care.
が所詮はガキの浅知恵だったな。
Assured of my victory, I threw the door open and stepped into the room. I felt something strange at my ankle.
Uh-oh.
It was similar to the sensation of a jump rope catching on my leg.
How do you know?
By the
oh,
time I realized she had me, hook, line, and sinker, it was already too late. I began to fall in an almost picturesque manner,
ケイちゃん、避けて。
instinctively reaching to Mion's shrill warning. I twisted my body in midair before I landed on the floor.
like a cat.
いっててて。
An inkstone filled to the brim was placed right where I would have landed.
Jesus Christ! This is beyond.
I
prank.
shuddered, imagining the situation I had landed, had I landed square on it.
Uh-huh.
あらあら、これはこれは。
Ugh, you little
What
monster.
does her other portrait look like, by the way? Oh.
Yeah, she looks. I don't know. This gives me more character. The console.
It does, and it's strange.
Yeah.
Like, where's her fang?
There's no fang.
おはようございます、ケイ
That
さん。
fang is so.
朝から賑やかですわね。
Still sprawled in an awkward position, I was greeted by a mocking voice.
一段とスペシャルなトラップワークになったじゃないか、サトコ。
You like Rika?
私何のことかわかりませんもの。
I have my irks between both
朝か
Satoko
ら
and
ついて
Rika
ませんわね。
Yeah.
for obvious reasons.
てめえ。あいててててて。
I'm a Reina fan for sure.
It seemed I'd inadvertently sprained my back a little while I'd landed. Better than landing on that inkstone. A small hand gently rubbed my head.
ケイイチの痛いの痛いの飛んでいけです。
The small dainty hand continued to gently stroke my head.
腰とかはくじかなかったですか？こうして撫でていれば痛いの痛いのは消えてきますです。
I thought about asking how rubbing my head would help my back, but I didn't. It's not so much about what you actually do, it's the thought that counts.
ああ、ありがとな。リカちゃんのおかげで痛みが引いてきたぜ。
リカちゃんのおかげで。
わあ、リカちゃん、おはよう。レナにおはようございます。みんなにもおはようございますです。
Rika-chan greeted. I thought for some reason to say Rika changed, and I'm like, what?
Rika change.
I don't know, it's just when you read stuff so fast.
Ah.
Rika-chan greeted each of us with an adorable little bow. It was infectious. Reina, Mion, and I all bowed back.
リカちゃんはいい子だよな。それに比
Oh
べ
yeah, we
て
should
サ
see
ト
what the
コ
other
は
sprite version of Rika looks like too.
Oh yeah, we should. I glared over in her direction. Satoko was whistling while rather deliberately trying to avoid eye contact.
サトコはいい子でございますのことよ。
いい子はこんな凶悪な罠は仕掛けないぞ。
言いがかりでございますわ。
You are a
何の
monster.
証拠があって、うわ
I don't blame you for being a monster, but you're a
But
monster.
god damn it.
I picked up Satoko by the back of her collar. She looks like a misbehaved cat when I do this.
She always looks like a misbehaved cat.
But a cat wouldn't be setting traps.
I don't know
She's
about
much
that.
harder to deal with.
ごめんなさいって言
The
って
cats just
みな
knock shit off of ledges.
Yes.
言わないなら
Jigsaw's daughter. Oh god.
Sorry, I just bopped the cat in the face with the toy.
I cocked my index finger on my thumb, letting it tremble as I brought it closer to Satoko's forehead.
暴力反対ですの。証拠もないのに。
言っとくが俺のデコピンはすごく痛い
Don't do that.
便
Of
利
course he
扱い
doesn't
なら終わる
know. He doesn't know. No one tells him shit.
やめて、寄らないでけだもの。
Yeah, all these characters have a shitty backstory. Each and every single one. I'll say that.
But what they do with that shitty backstory dictates their character.
Yes. A small hand tugged on the back of my shirt.
圭一が2日間もお休みしたから寂しかったのです。
They're just too exaggerated. I don't know. They're too bubbly.
They don't have again, they're too flat. They look like robos. Whereas like Rika actually having a pose makes her look like
It's a more
little girl.
polished art style for sure.
Yes.
But the actual position and gesture of the characters and stuff is lacking.
Exactly. Yes. Yes. We get more gesture and character from the console version for
Mm-hmm.
sure. Shall we play a game? Oh god.
Rika-chan really is just so... How could I do anything more after being told that? I gently released my grip on Satoko, who at this point was on the verge of tears. She still had her eyes clamped shut as she braced herself for the forehead flick.
うわ
Is Clannad like Angel Beats or not? I mean, it's... The Clannad anime is done by KyoAni, who also did Angel Beats.
Oh, they did. Wait, no, they didn't do Angel Beats.
Yeah, they did.
Kyoani? No.
Of course they did.
No.
Kikoeta Kigashita.
They did not do Angel Beats.
Yes, they did.
What? It's not in their repertoire. Though.
That is so not true.
It's
That's
not.
Dude, it is
Kyoani.
exactly the same art style.
It's the art style, but it's not the same studio. Guarantee, look it up. I remember looking this up. For not any other reason, because I'm trying to make a Kyoani AMV, and I did not see Angel Beats on that list. It is not. It's beautiful, but I don't think it's Kyoani. See, PA works. Told you.
That is so weird.
I told you. I told you. Yeah.
Wait, okay, well here's the thing.
Maybe they were a co-creator, but they were not credited entirely. Oh, studio. Scroll down. Scroll down. No.
What are you telling me to scroll down to?
To the right side. There you go. Licensed. No. No, it's just PA Works.
Huh.
Sorry.
But it looks exactly like KyoAni. It
Mm.
fits right in with all the other shit.
Well. Sorry.
Huh.
They did Kanan too. Yeah, but that's not Kyoani look. Like, Kanan did not look like Kyoani. Definitely not.
I wonder if it has like the same like lead artist or something.
I don't know.
That could still be the case. Directed by Seiwa Kishi.
Sorry, we have to determine this. What else they do? They did Persona 4, The Golden.
He directed Carnival Phantasm. That would explain the quirky
Well, he
jokes.
directed Carnival Phantasm. Well, that makes sense.
But that's not the...
Yeah, but just his like style and why it might seem like it's KyoAni, because that was definitely very KyoAni-esque.
Okay, and it was done by obviously the same artist, Naga.
Oh,
who-
did Kanon and Air.
yeah, Who works for Key, the visual novel.
So.
Man, I thought it was KyoAni.
No.
I could have sworn.
It's not.
Learned something new.
You are right, Caitlin.
KOB.
I usually win arguments.
To
out of sheer force of will.
No, it depends. It depends on what it is.
It's true. Yes, like when it comes to do with like dishes and like laundry.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like other anime stuff.
Yes, because I have been wrong about voice actors all of the time. Oh my god, I never get voice actors right.
泣いちゃダメです、さとこ。
And I'm pretty good with the studios when I've done the research on it.
If Fate Extella Link sequel happens, do you think Musashi would be added? I would love that. I would love that. I don't think it's going to happen, but I would love that. The anime is messed up, but so is the game. That's the whole point. Like, okay, yeah. And I like Studio Dean's adaptation. It's meant to be kind of ugly and fucked up.
Oh, where's the candy?
Rika gently petted the head of her prankster friend. You would never guess those two are the same age. I think Satoko could learn a thing or two, or a million from Rika-chan.
今度はもっとすごい罠を仕掛けなさいですよ。
Maybe she doesn't want to learn.
Wait a minute. As she observed the scene, Rena's expression grew ecstatic as she began to swoon.
さとこちゃん泣いてる。かいよ。
持ち帰っちゃダメだからね。
だってこんなにかわいいよ。
どんなに可愛くてもダメなの。
でもちょっとくらいならダメかな。
Rena kept a cutesy face, even as outrageous ideas spewed from her mouth. According to Mion, Rena is ridiculously weak to cute things, and always tries to take them home. Object or person.
物もまずいが誘拐はもっとまずいぞ。諦めろ。
じゃあ見てるだけだよ。
Really? Can we trust you?
Rena swooned over Satoko's crying form. It's kind of messed up.
When they
If a
cry.
girl ever when they cry, if a girl ever goes missing in Hinamizawa, I'll be first to turn Rena into the authorities. Forgive me, Rena. I'll be sure to bring you care packages when they put you away.
先生来たよ。
Oh yeah, we never looked at her either. So in this case, the perspective is wrong.
That's really messed up. Like the
The
eye.
perspective is wrong. Yeah, she's not looking at anything in particular.
Yeah, it's like you can tell they use a 3D model to do these,
Um,
but didn't actually affix the
Oh
hair.
no,
to
a
the
3D
face.
model would have been even better.
No,
I
but
think.
the eyes, it's so forced. It's like they use a 3D model for
Well,
the facial
her
expression.
rightmost eye, like her right
Yeah.
eye, is too far inward.
Yeah.
It needs to be.
Well, I think they're
out a
all
little
like
bit.
that. Yeah, sorry guys, remake is just not. Nope.
I mean,
Nope.
there are parts of it that are better. The bodies are kind of.
Yeah, but the faces are just.
I know the
so
faces
messed
are
up.
uncanny.
It's the worst part. The rest of it looks fine. It's like they just slapped on a face like last minute. It's really sad because it.
You like Higurashi? Oh yeah, it's definitely got its charm.
さとこ、すずりあんたのでしょ。
Oh no, there's a tangle.
Just leave it.
Yeah.
Just from Mion's single statement, the entire mood of the room shifted back to normal. The inkstone was bad, but the thumbtacks stuck to the door handle were an even bigger problem.
Yeah.
I pulled the tape off carefully, making sure not to skewer myself.
Yeah, don't get tetanus.
Even though Satoko was the one who set it up, everyone had to pick up after her.
Oh, as we know, the hospital isn't very close, so you would like. Yeah.
By the time the teacher entered the room, the bedlam from before had been neatly tidied up. What the fuck is a bedlam?
間に合ったね。起立。気をつけ。
Mion gave out the morning commands.
Yeah, I like Mion and Reina.
Tsutomo Nihei? I do not recognize that name by itself. What did he make? Or her? It's difficult being the teacher for all these different grades in one classroom. She has to teach something different to each one. But naturally, she ends up spending all her time with the younger kids. Rena and Mion, being in the highest grade in the class, end up mostly doing self-study. They even end up helping teach the younger kids. So it seems like they can never get to their own studies. They're actually way behind where my studies have progressed to.
Oops.
As a result, I'm pretty much taking over for the teacher and helping Rena and Mion with their studies. That's not very helpful.
No, it's not.
ケイチ君はお勉強教えるのうまいね。
I still don't know what the hell bedlam would be either, though. Ch.1 is seriously scary in the anime, especially her psycho laugh. Well, yeah, definitely.
わかりやすいよ。
not quite like that. We're talking about Shion.
Oh, Shion. Oh gosh, I can't remember. What's her school? Evil laugh.
It's just maniacal. I don't know. Rena took a breather after finishing highlighting an important section.
教える端から自信がなくなるよ。自分
Oh
の理解の
yeah.
浅さ
Yeah,
が
I
わ
can't
かる
repeat
な。
that. That's insane. I just remembered.
人に教えるには3倍理解してなければならないって言うしね。
Let's just say there's laughing while someone stabs themselves.
ケイちゃんもうちらに教えながら同時に復習もできてるわけなんだよ。
In contrast, this person over here is quite laissez-faire about things. For one, isn't she supposed to be in a higher grade than me?
ミヨンさ、一言じゃないぞ。真剣にやんないとまずい
Oh,
ぜ。
Bedlam means
こんなレベル
chaos
じゃ
or pandemonium. Did not know that.
Bedlam.
別に進学校を目指すわけでもないし。
Vocabulary is weird. There's
Yeah.
all sorts of weird words that I know the
受
meaning
験に
to,
必要な
but
そこそこができてりゃ
These
十
are the
分
words
十
I
分。
know, I know. These are the words I know.
her staunch defiance is really something else. This was a different type of relaxed than somebody who already knew what was going to be on the entrance exams.
みーちゃん、ケイチくんが頑張って教えてくれるんだからさ。
When does the killing spree begin? A while from now, to be honest. This is a long visual
You
novel.
gotta build up the characters first so you actually care about them.
きっといい学校に進学させてやるからな。
はあ、ありがとう。
レナには特に教えてやる
Oh,
か
it's
ら
a
な。
British word. I wouldn't have known that.
二人きりでプライベートレッスンだぞ。
Seem to be a lot of UK translators these days. Hatsumira is a visual novel I'm playing that you can buy on Steam, but Front Wing has an 18 plus patch you can use offsite, which is good. So I'm playing that, and it's extremely UK translated. Like it's just loaded with like dated kind of expressions for
Yeah,
that.
I've never heard Bedlam in like an actual sentence with my coworkers. Like, ever.
Well, there's that word, but I'm talking like
プライベートレッスン。
like tally ho and shit like that.
Oh god, yeah, that's pretty old school.
I mean, he is supposed to be like an old school like wartime pilot, but he's Japanese, not British. But they're putting that in there.
My favorite terminology I've heard recently is chinwag. Like, they actually use that. Like, alright, let's have a chinwag. Like a chat or something. It's like, they actually use that. It's bizarre.
A puff of smoke shaped like a halo popped out of Rena's head. Exactly what kind of private lesson is she fantasizing about that's making her turn so red? I'd like to hear the play-by-play of that next time. While Mion was flipping through her vocabulary flashcards, she threw out a casual question.
都会じゃさ、こんなに勉強しなきゃいけないわけ？
この程度はできないと進学できないね。
進学できないから勉強するわけ？
まあ、平たく言えばそうなるな。将来役に立たないのは承知で。
こっちじゃあさ、出席日数が足りてりゃみんな進学できるんだよ。
そうなのか？
Yeah, that'd be really nice.
Probably can't be that great of a university, though. Study equals entrance exams. Having the basic law of the universe so easily overturned sent me into a state of shock. Although I do think it's stupid to study all this stuff for an entrance exam instead of the school, teaching it. It's like a lot of the studies is you doing all this stuff on your own, learning useless trivia, garbage shit.
Yep.
And then you get into a school and then you can take it easy while you're in school. It's like it should be the opposite, and that's kind of why it is. Could you imagine if the Carnage symbiote bonded to Shion? You mean like Venom?
Oh god. Yikes.
Carnage was like a more vicious looking version of him, right? I don't know. I'm not a huge Marvel guy.
そうかもね。試験で振り落とさなきゃならないほど人もいないし。誰でも進学できるならさ、そんなにガリガリとやることもないんじゃない？
Yes, Connor, that's the one. And it's really good so far. I'm liking it.
まあ、そうだけど。でも、一般常識程度にはできた方が。
おじさんはそんな無駄な勉強に時間をかけるよりさ、この思春期の貴重な時間をもっと有意義に過ごすために使うべきじゃないかなと考えるわけよ。
It was too profound of a statement to simply laugh off, but since it was Mion, it probably didn't actually have that deep of a meaning.
Ouch. That's not very nice.
In place of a chime, the sound of the principal waving a handbell drifted through the classroom.
ケイちゃん、おしまいおしまい。
Oh, that's really interesting, Connor.
楽しい
Yeah, that makes sense because I'm pretty sure my coworkers, they're not like northern, but they have a little bit of London and then kind of like middle Bristol area. But a lot of my other coworkers, they're actually from the north, and I've never heard them use that, so that makes a lot of sense. That's pretty cool.
In a complete 180 from her unmotivated state, Mion gave the commands that signaled the end of the morning period.
ケイチくん、お昼にしよう。
I might have been making a very troubled face. Rena smiled brightly at me.
よっしゃ飯にするか
There seemed to be different cliques even within the class. Most of them were divided up by gender and age, but our group was different. Our ages were different and we had both boys and girls. But we weren't reserved around each other. This level of openness makes a transfer student like me pretty happy. Rena and Mion pushed their desks together so they were facing each other. At the same time, Satoko and Rika-chan were slowly, lugging their desks over as well.
ケイチくん、早く早く。
Get your ass moving.
Yeah, after Higurashi go, it got really stupid, I guess, is my way of putting it. It was very un-Higurashi-like towards the very end, and I didn't like that. Reina waved her chopsticks in an unrefined manner, trying to hurry me along. Unless everyone was together, they wouldn't even open their lunchboxes.
I'm trying to picture what that would even
ケ
look
イチ
like.
さんのお
This
弁
is-
当は耳つく日の丸弁当に決まってますわ。さあ、恥ずかしがらずにお見せなさいな。ほらほら。
Even though Satoko was hurling insults at me, she still wouldn't open the lid to her lunchbox until I was there. I pulled out my lunchbox swiftly and dragged my chair over to join the circle.
お待たせ
では、ミー委員長の号令でいただきますです。
At first, this was kind of embarrassing, but I got used to it pretty fast. At this point, I probably wouldn't even open my own lunchbox if someone else was too slow. Our ages and genders may have all been different, but we were all friends. You're the only guy in this little circle, though.
Yup.
The sound of our little 5-part chorus echoed beautifully throughout the classroom. Hey, CGs. Happy, happy times.
Oh god. Just
Really, though, I've gotten pretty used to this group made up of all girls. Of course, there are other boys in the class, but they were a lot younger, so they were scared to approach me.
Is there a different CG?
Well, that's to
versus-
be expected. Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Because if not, then it would seem really strange that they didn't update these with the new models. Because otherwise,
Yeah, they don't have that. I wonder what the hell is up with that.
Right. It's weird.
Younger boys just see older boys as scary. Compared to that to girls, well, at least these girls aren't picky. We put all the side dishes in the middle where everybody was free to pick at them. I thought girls would mind sharing a meal with a guy, so I was a bit flustered joining in. However, Mion noticed that and teased me quite a bit. As the fruit of my efforts, I can now reach over and take sides from anybody's lunch.
あらあら、ケイチさんのお弁当は今日は大奮発ではございませんこと
Absolutely.
あらあらサトコさんのお弁当こそ
Thank you,
大
Connor.
奮発です
Yeah,
よ
it's always fun hearing new things that I don't, normally hear. And we've got some weird ones here too.
煮
Like,
物がし
even
くて
just from
いい感
Massachusetts,
じ
for
ですわ
example, where I grew up, we say bubbler from water fountain. And Daikun always really gets mad at me for saying this, but I call the thing that you carry on your back when you go to school a knapsack.
You're not taking a nap on it. That's not its function
It's
anyway.
a knapsack.
It's
which
a
is
pack
what
you
it
put
is.
on your back.
It's a knapsack.
A canap. What the fuck is a
I
canap?
don't know.
See, that's the thing, you can't answer that. I know what a back is and I know what a pack is.
And a rotary is a roundabout. It's not. Yeah, it's.
I don't really give
yeah,
a shit about what's
roundabout
fun in that case.
does not exist. It's
Call it a
rotary.
traffic circle.
Traffic circle. Yeah, go defer to Google for the most ambiguous.
Buying into the fight that Satoko was starting, our chopsticks locked in a cross counter, stabbing into each other's lunch.
ビビ
おサ 里芋がいい感じだぞ。煮物は冷めててもうまいよな。
Ah, tabetai.
After seeing my happy face, Rika-chan's expression broke into a little smile.
夕べの夕食の煮物少し取っておきましたですよ。
A rucksack?
Oh, rucksack.
But what
yeah.
the fuck is a rucksack? I don't understand. I understand sack, but what is a ruck?
Like when you ruck things.
What the hell does that mean? By the way, Satoko and Rika-chan's lunches are always the same. It seems that Rika-chan makes it for both of them every day.
この煮物もリカちゃんが作ったのかい？こいつは
Oh, and I
大
was
人味クラス
very
だよな。
embarrassed to find out that Fanny has a completely different meaning in the UK.
How much slang we have for trousers in the UK? Trousers is such a silly word. I don't like trousers. I just call them pants. But trousers, it sounds funny. Trousers.
Yep.
Got a trouser snake.
Ah!
That's the-
He's happy to see you.
Rika-chan made this. Oh wait, whoops.
Oh, Rucksack is German for backpack. Interesting. Oh, that's probably why.
Ruck comes from the German Rücken, your back. Oh, okay, good. So it basically is backpack, straight up. All right, makes sense.
Just get a rucksack. To
I was
sleep in.
honestly impressed. The carrot rosettes weren't from a mold; they were done by hand with a knife. That's not easy to do.
リカちゃんって何気にそういうの得意なんだよな。
お裁縫とかお洗濯とかも上手なの。すごいよね。すっごいよね。リカはいろいろとすごいんですのよ。
Does it also mean like part of the female anatomy as well? I'm pretty sure that Fanny also
レ
does
ナの
refer to
方がお
that
料理は
in
上
some
手です。
cases.
そのね。
I guess I could understand if like trouse was like some kind of like root word for like moving around or walking,
Oh, it's
or
French.
something for your legs.
Yeah, like because Troy or Troll. I don't do French.
So
But-
they're the things that you walk in, you know, or the things that your legs go in.
Yeah,
Right.
that's a very, very strong possibility. If he wants to verify that.
It seemed that the topic of conversation switched to Rena when she wasn't expecting it, making
Yeah,
her
that's
blush
what I
and trip over her words.
thought. Yep, because we have fanny packs, which, like, yeah.
Rena's lunch really was the star of the table. Not only did it look good, it tasted good. Everyone else pulled from Rena's lunchbox
こ
constantly.
れ前に評判良かったからいっぱい作ってみたの。美味しいかな？かな？
Well, what part are you talking? I mean, you got two.
Like, okay, well, what can I say without us getting demonetized?
Is it the cooch?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
Correct.
calling that a fanny seems weird because fanny sounds like butt.
Right? Well, it does mean, like some places in, like, the West here, like, they'll say fanny, like, watch your fanny!
I
You
know.
know, that's
か
like
な
your
り合
butt.
格点。
But
Ah,
definitely in the
Mio,
UK,
omae
fanny
toritsugi da yo.
means that, for sure.
Let's just say Rena's had a lot of experience. Knocking Mion's chopsticks aside, I reached out, trying to secure my own portion. Satoko and Rika-chan reached over at the same time, and a struggle ensued. Everyone shoveled in a mouthful after mouthful, all praising it, and Rena's lunchbox was soon empty.
Oh,
It was kind of bad that no one thought to leave any for Rena,
fuck,
dude.
man.
but Rena seemed rather satisfied as she looked on.
Oh.
いかがかしら？レナさんもとてもお料理が上手ですことよ。ケイイチさんとは大違いですの。
だからお前が威張ることじゃねえだろ。
Fire Emblem Path of Radiance? Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
It's good.
サ
It's
トコ
good.
だってケイちゃんと変わらないじゃんよ。あんたブロッコリーとカリフラワーの区別つくようになったわ
Broccoli,
け？
broccoli.
How could you not tell the
broccoli.
difference between broccoli and cauliflower? Totally different
If
colors.
there's white broccoli, sometimes.
Satoko's face went pale.
おいおい、ブロッコリーとカリフラワーの違いなら俺だってわかるぜ。
わかりますもの。
Oh, dude, Seiba would like wipe the floor with everyone.
It's really hard for her to lie.
ケイイチくん、どっちでも茹でてマヨネーズかけると美味しいじゃない？
Yum.
いじめちゃかわいそうだよ。みーちゃんも。
Cauliflower is much more mild. You can actually grind it up and turn it into like kind of a mashed potato equivalent, but you have to flavor the crap out of it.
Rena hurriedly tried to follow up, but Mion laughed haughtily as she drew closer to Sadako. Everyone's laughing haughtily.
Oh, 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 oh.
まあまあ家庭科の授
It's
業
all
ってこ
very
とでじゃあさとこ
casual.
これは
Mion lifted up her chopsticks. Between them was a piece of green stuff wrapped in bacon.
Ooh,
でもそれアスパラ
yummy.
Bacon wrapped asparagus?
Yes, that's a thing. It's super good.
Mion made eye contact with me within 0.3 seconds.
That makes your
I had
pee smell
Rika-chan's
really
mouth
bad.
covered, holding a piece of bacon wrapped asparagus and giving her two choices. She's pretty terrible.
その黄色がカリフラワー緑がカリフラ
さあどっちだ
多分黄色がブロッコリーで青がカリフラワーでも緑
Which one is
本当にどっ
blue?
ちか分かってる降参した方がよくな
What
い
is she talking about?
She doesn't know her vegetables.
But she's saying blue. She like.
Yeah, I don't know.
What's
I'd expect
blue?
no less from the class representative, the oldest. The way she drives people into a corner just shows how much experience she has. This is just a hunch, but being brought into the Sonozaki household must be quite the ordeal.
わかりますものわかるもん
じゃあ答えなよ
わかるもんわかるもん
She finally broke down and started crying. Again. When she acts like this, she actually starts to seem her age. Know your place, woman. Cry.
When they cry.
Reina entered a state of euphoria as Satoko bawled her eyes out.
Jesus.
Rena was in a state of bliss as she rubbed her cheek against Satoko's head and smothered her. Really a very content face.
This freaking sadist.
One that wouldn't care if the world ended right then. It was that kind of smile.
レナミオンさんがいじめるんですのかわいいかわいい
Jesus
大
Christ.
丈夫だよレナお姉ちゃんが悪い人たちはやっつけちゃうからね
Whoa!
Fish, boom, bam. It was like a flash of lightning.
今一体何が
Both of Rena's fists shot out at supersonic speed, striking Mion and me squarely in our faces.
Ow.
Before we knew it, Mion and I were sprawled spread eagle on the floor, staring up at the ceiling with matching welts on our faces.
ケイちゃんは食らうの初めてだよね
Ouch.
今日のはまだ甘い方
What ridiculous town names have you heard when it comes to real life?
I mean, I grew up in the Northeast, so pretty much like, you know, Worcester is spelled like Worcester, which is not how we say it.
Like Worcestershire sauce or whatever. It's like Worcester sauce.
Worcester sauce.
With that, Mion and I both slumped our heads back to the floor in unison. From now on, I'll be careful when I'm within striking distance of Reina.
Oh, and there's a Westminster everywhere. Like, Westminster's a very popular town, I'm pretty sure.
やっ
There's
つけち
probably
ゃ
a
った
bunch
よ
of them in the UK too.
かわいい
Is Reina a
お持ち帰
boxer?
りしたい
Omotsukari? Making sure Reina couldn't see it, Satoko stuck her tongue out at us.
God, she looks like a frog.
Damn it all. Using Reina like a puppet. Rika-chan massaged our bruises without saying a word.
Yay! I get cake! Give me cake.
Wait, which did she pronounce right? Are you talking about Westminster?
Yee.
No matter what the day had held, the last school bell always came too soon. Our shadows stretched off into the distance.
Cake get
ねえケイチくん明日はさ何か予定とかあるかなかな
Kana. It was such a direct question from Rena that I inadvertently blushed.
Oh, cuteness overload.
If it was for a date, then wouldn't you do it more subtly? Rena saw me lost for words and realized I'd misunderstood and turned red as well.
違うのそういうのじゃなくてその
I love bacon, and how did your wife like Higurashi go? Well, that was the first season.
Oh god.
And then wasn't it Sotsu was the second one?
Sotsu, yeah. I think I've only actually, well, I've seen bits of Go, but I've never actually.
Well,
seen the
you
whole
saw
thing.
a lot of Go, but then you probably dropped it
Yeah.
some way into Sotsu.
Because Sotsu, like, made me want to kill myself.
Because Sotsu was telling you all the
Oh.
shenanigans Satoko was getting into this whole time, and it was, like, excruciating.
This is one of the reasons why I can't stand Satoko and Rika as characters, just because of that show. It made me hate them, which I hate that because they're so cute. But goddamn.
Yes, I have pre-ordered Witch of the Holy Night, or On the Holy Night, or whatever they call it. Maotsukai no Yoru. Absolutely.
Yes! Yes!
I didn't take notice of what its release date was. So apparently that wasn't what she meant. But since it's always fun when Ren is in a panic, I went along with it a little.
なんだそういうのじゃ
Oh god,
な
that's
いのか
funny.
よ
A Tao that sounds like bullshit. Or is there was another one. There was a dildo? Wait. Where'd it go? I lost it. Oh, you don't have a town called Dildo. Okay. I bet there is one somewhere, though.
You have a town called Twat? That's funny as hell.
Yes! Oh, boy.
Unable to hold it in any longer, Mion slapped me on the back.
そういう攻め方はおじさん知らなかったわ
Oh, no.
Sounds like a fake laugh.
This is like a
Ha
seagull.
ha 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 ha!
Yeah.
From Final Fantasy,
that's
except that was supposed to
That's
be.
supposed to be. Everyone makes fun of it, but they did their job.
Mion was rolling on the floor, clutching her stomach while Rena flailed around, completely bewildered. I couldn't help but start laughing as well, feeling just a bit guilty. I ruffled Rena's hair.
嘘ごめん冗談悪かったよ
Yours best mom of 2022.
Yours.
Yeah, we need to watch that when the stream's over.
Oh my god.
She really is a cute one.
冗談ってどこからだろうどこからだろう
えあ
Sakimi-chan got people pissed off again for making an aged-up version of Anya to lewd.
Wait, what?
The artist Sakimi-chan,
Uh-huh.
they age up characters
Sure.
and then lewd them.
Okay.
And people on Twitter are like, no!
You aged them up?
Quit looting children!
They're not. You aged them up, but they're not.
Is this on Steam? Yes. Higurashi is in fact on Steam, but, there is a mod that you can apply to the Steam version. It's also available for sale on Manga Gamer, if you want to go the non-DRM route, which is, you know, better, I would say, in general. I don't know. They probably won't put it on sale like they would on Steam, but, you can mod it, and that gives you extra features, like I said, the ability to just hit P and turn them into this.
Which,
That looks okay right there, but
Oh, I still don't like it.
it's not as good. Yeah.
I don't like it. It hurts my face.
Play Asia. You pre-order Mahotsukai from Play Asia. They've got it on Switch, and they got it on PS4.
Cockthorpe.
That sounds scary.
Oh, God.
Sounds like a monster.
途中からってことはケイちゃん
Where do you hail
最初
from?
の真っ
From
赤になったのは
Cockthorpe, my lord.
あれ演技じゃないんじゃ
Like a lycanthrope or something. It's like a cockenthrope.
Cockenthorpe. Cockenglock.
Glockencock.
Oh, is it Glockencock?
Yes.
Oh, it's Glock. Yeah, it is Glockencock. Yeah.
Scottish girl Illy.
Oh my god.
It was only a momentary lapse, but there was no way Mion would let such a delectable detail slip by her.
えあいやその
Saying anything more was also a bad idea. In my bewildered state, I slipped further into an unfavorable position. After that, Mion continued to tease me about it for a while.
It's such happy music for such a
で
violent.
Don't trust
明日が
Sony.
暇だと何なんだよ
But the graphics do look better on a PlayStation, and that's the sad part. If this were the kind of thing that would be censored, I would definitely buy it on Switch.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
The
So why were you asking him if I'm free tomorrow, Rena?
何の話だっけ
It had been so long that Rena had forgotten. That's how long Mion had teased me. I wish they sold like a Switch, more like a Switch Pro. Something that just had better graphics. Just ran anti-aliasing and higher resolution and frame rate for all the existing games on the Switch. But maybe in exchange it would not be portable. I'd be okay for that. Have you ever heard of Bollock, England?
Bollocks.
It's a single bollock.
It's a single bollock. Not. That's funny.
It had been so long that Rena had forgotten. That's how long Mia had teased me.
ケイちゃんさ、まだこのひなみ沢一人じゃ回れないでしょ?
Are you still new
That
around
was
these
true.
parts?
I hate to say it, but if you blindfolded me and spun me around 3 times like we're playing Pin the Tail on the Donkey, I wouldn't be able to tell up from down here.
そうだな。町へ行くのと学校へ行く以外はまだ
Yes,
自信
I've
ない
seen
な。
that one. It's amazing. The guy that it's the Welsh town that
それで
is
ね
almost
明日
unpronounceable.
ねみーちゃんとレナとお散歩しながらケイチくんにひなみ沢を案内してあげようよってことになって
Chip shortages hurting console and PC. Well, yeah. Chip shortage and scalpers.
Yes, fuck scalper.
That would be a godsend. Frankly, I was happy about the offer.
もちろん行くでしょ?
暇ならな。
女の子が誘ってんじゃん。
暇ならな。
Set your
どうせ暇なん
boundaries.
でしょ?
暇ならな。
I was being stubborn so as to not give a clear yes or no. Even though I thought it was a godsend, I'm too much of a scamp to say so up front.
ケ
You
イチくん
scamp.
You little
暇じゃないの
scam.
かなこの
While Mion and I had our rather sour back and forth, Rena peeked over at me hesitantly. Figuring I'd been a bit too rough on her, I just gave in.
すまん。許せ、ごめん。暇だ。
よかった
The trepidation disappeared from Rena's face as it blossomed into a smile.
おうおう。ミヨンさんとレナさん
Oh,
じゃ
Jesus
随分と温度差がありますじゃん。
That's the name.
Oh
Oh,
God.
there was the news guy who said
Yes,
that.
that was what he was talking about
Yeah.
from the news guy on TikTok or Vine. Oh Jesus. Learn for the
I wonder if the people who do say it on the news are just, like, guessing.
Yeah, like, I mean, what the hell?
I don't give a shit about the Steam Deck. I don't play my Steam games portable. I want better graphics.
Hold on, I want to get my phone so I can hear them say this out loud. One sec. BRB. Oh God.
What do you mean? Say it out loud.
I want to get the Google app. to say it.
Oh, you want to hear Google say it. It seems Mion didn't care for how rude I was to her compared to how quickly I agreed with Rena. But her being annoyed was very interesting. So I pushed Rena forward, speeding up our pace to leave Mion
行
behind.
こう、レナ。明日は二人っきりで出かけような。嫌味なミオンは置いてって。
Ouch. Okay.
ケイチくんがそれでいいなら
Alright, let's see.
What's your wife's favorite person in Higurashi? Well, yeah. Ari-chan already said she liked Rena.
I like Rena and Mion.
案内しようって提案したのは私。
So
These two.
these two.
そん
Yeah.
な前原圭一。
They're both very different personalities, but
二人
I
きりで
kind
ピクニッ
of like
ク嬉しいな。
just the
弁当は持っ
dichotomy
て
of
く
like
か、
the
レナ。
extra cute weirdo and the
お弁
like
当いる
kind of
なら
tomboyish
レナ作っちゃおう
goofy
か
one.
な
Yeah.
レナもシカトすんな。二人がラブラブだって村中に回覧板を。
Oh god. Okay, there's a land fair.
じゃあ
This is
レ
how
ナ
you
今日
start
は
it.
早く帰って
Oh God.
お弁当の準備するね
Scalpers should be scalped.
Land fair. Pillow.
明
Let's
日
see
が
if it'll
楽
come
し
up.
みじゃあねケイチくんにみーちゃんさようなら
The Switch OLED was probably originally the Switch Pro, but I don't give a shit.
Come on, translate. Come here.
OLED. I mean, the OLED is nice for people who like the portable. I won't say that otherwise, but I just don't care.
Oh, this is funny. It's the Japanese one. Wait, you gotta hear this.
ランフェアプルグウィンがいる
What? She stopped.
I know. That's all it is.
What? That's all you typed so far?
Yeah.
Well, no, just look it up and copy and paste it.
Yay. Well, that's the town.
This is the original game with a caveat. I mean, the game has been released various times and in different versions, so this is a more polished version of it, but it's still the same, like, script and stuff like that. So yeah,
Speech output isn't available for Welsh. Wow.
probably because of that one name.
What the hell? Alright, what if I do, like, Gaelic?
You were born in London,
That'd be
but you
close.
live in Scotland, huh? You guys voted, so I'm playing it. Again,
What?
if I don't get a consistent viewership, I will not continue it, but we'll see. Sorry you're late. Well, thank you, Succubus Sakura. Could I give you a quick explanation of this game? Sure. Have you heard of anything Higurashi before, or experienced it? Are you from Bitchfield, England? Is that a thing? Anyway, yeah, no, so Higurashi, so far, we're starting it off from the beginning. So all I really need to say now... Go, go, go.
Go, go, go. No.
Go, go, go. Go, 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 go.
Go, 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 go. No, that's not right.
Alright, enough of that.
Wait,
Please.
wait, hold on. There's a YouTube
I'm
video.
trying to get along with... No, 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 stop it, stop it. You're gonna be copyright struck.
No, it's fine. Okay, 1 second.
Our buddy, our main character, Keiichi Maebara, has moved back into this town of Hinamizawa. He used to live there, I guess, as a kid, but now he's back. It's this humble, rural town with nothing in it, but he's getting along with the people who live there. But things turn dark. That's basically all I could say.
Wow.
Seemingly happy, wonderful town winds up being anything but
The frick. Okay.
after the dust settled. And so Keiichi has just gone to, like, we're living a day in the life of Keiichi after he's been there for like a month or so. And he's hanging out with Rena and Mion and being a tease to the cute girls and stuff. Are you talking about the guy who said the long Welsh name on the city on the news? Yes.
Yes.
After the dust settled, all that was left was me standing next to Mion, sprawled out on the ground. There was a welt on her face.
大丈夫かミオンとレナの立ち位置2メートルは離れてたはずだぞ。
あんたが来て以来切れ味は増す一方。おじさん身が持たないわ。
Maybe it'd be easier if you'd stop saying stuff that makes Rena want to hit you. Or else this will end up being Mion's slapstick comedy hour. If that happened, the results might be fatal.
くじけるなよミオン。レナのジャブを見切れるのはお前しかいない。
It's very slice of life right now. Yeah, me getting a PlayStation 5 was tricky also. I think the only reason I did it is because I pulled the Amazon wishlist trick, where you add the PS5 to your wishlist, and as soon as the links go for a new batch of, or a restock happens for PS5s, instead of clicking on the PS5 link and adding it to your cart, you just go to your wishlist and add to cart from there, which loads faster, and that was able to get me through quicker. The Ghost series? Oh, Ghost Stories, yeah.
I ain't afraid of no ghosts.
Touch me harder. Could it be that we were hanging out around with an unrivaled martial arts master? Maybe someday we'll see her debut in an extreme contact
レナ
sport.
には負けられないぞ。ミオンも鍛えてリベンジだ。
ケイちゃんがしてよ。おじさんは応援してる。
Mion and I reaffirmed our determination to discover a way to counter Rena's infallible technique. Okay, you don't need to give me a chapter interlude thing, whatever this is.
Meow.
New tips unlocked. We're a mixed... What?
What? Oh,
Tips?
tips?
Let's see this. What are the tips? Oh.
Huh.
Anyway, so yeah, the school doesn't have a uniform. Oh, are these like little skits? Of extra info?
Wait, where did that come
Where did what come from?
from? The super chat.
Oh, Succubus Sakura.
Oh, thank you!
It's already June, but it's already so hot. I could hear the Higurashi outside chirping, me, me, and at night there are mosquitoes. Fuck. It might as well be summer already. My only salvation was that the mornings were still cool.
暑いでございますわね。
Okay, so you missed a little bit of character development, so I'm gonna go ahead and catch you up on that too. This is Satoko. She's one of their classmates. She is their class at school has so few students that they just do it all in one single class. So all the young kids and the older kids are all in one class, and the teacher has to like divide her efforts among them. How am I enjoying the Fate event on NA at the moment? I already finished it. I got my Eris Utsumi, and I'm happy. It was a grind fest, but it was actually kind of a fun one. But yes, Satoko here is one of the younger kids, and she is a master of traps. She's always trying to trick Keiichi by, like, pulling some rather morbid traps, in fact, like putting tacks on tape in the door handle.
Tetanus!
Yeah, no, she's a little vicious monster who is easy to tease and make cry and whatnot.
Which thusly, when they cry.
Satoko is flapping her skirt languidly. That's pretty unladylike there. Even if she was a little brat, she still was a girl.
ケイチさんはワイシャツ一枚で涼しそうですわね。羨ましいですわ。
俺から見りゃスカートのサトコの方が涼しそうだよ。
The PS Vita was good, but all the best games on it just wound up getting ported to PlayStation 3 and such anyway. And this is Rena.
暑いって。
Sweet, pleasant girl who's easy to tease because she's just so cute and embarrassed about things. But she loves cute shit too, so she gets obsessed with Satoko and is like, "Oh, you're so cute, I want to take you home," kind of. That's the gist of it for now. She's good at cooking.
レナの夏服は涼しそうな色合いがいいよな。見てるこっちも涼しくなる。
How do you get NP5 Eris? You've got to finish the story and you've got to do all the challenge quests, which you unlock as you, or bonus quests as it were. You unlock those as you complete the board. You have to land on each piece of the Monopoly board game like a total of 5 times, I think. Is this a series where a girl sticks a knife into the wall and slams her head into it? Remaining vague, yes. Yes, this is that. Connor, right, you're off, you have to work at 8 in the morning. Okay. Thank you for sticking through. Yeah, thank you. Have a wonderful day and good luck at work.
本当に涼しいんだよ。私もレナさんみたいな涼しい夏服が良かったですわね。でも、さとこちゃんの夏服ワンピースですっごい可愛いし、レナはさとこちゃんの夏服着てみたいな。これ結構蒸しますわよ。絶対にレナさんの方が涼しいですわ。でも可愛い服の方がきっと楽しいよ。はう。
But Rena, your outfit's cuter than hers is. I had a feeling that Rena and Satoko's base values were fundamentally different.
そういえばこの学校って指定の制服とかないんだよな。
うん、ないよ。ふさわしい服であれば私服でも大丈夫なんだよ。
There were quite a few students in regular clothes. There were a few wearing uniforms, but they were all still the same design and rather plain.
他の連中が着てる制服は何なん
Put
だよ。
this further away from the microphone, please. Thank you. What's the uniform they're all wearing? They're all the same. Oh, he already said that.
あれは町の学校の制服なんですのよ。別に決まってるわけじゃないですけど、みんな着てますわね。
そこへ行くと俺らの仲間は
It's
みんな
nighttime
い
for
ろいろ
you.
な制服を着てるよな。
Yeah, for us it's about
わざわざ
3,
どこ
almost
かから
4
取り寄せた
p.m.
のか？
ええ、ミオンさんが調達してくださいますの。みーちゃんの親類で古着商をやってる人がいて、全国の学校の服を格安で仕入れてるんだって。
で、その親類に頼んでいろいろ個性的な制服を取り寄せてもらってるわけか。
That Mion, she probably loves using her friends as dress-up dolls. That must be a strange second-hand clothing store. I get that it's a second-hand clothing store, but stocking clothes from schools all over the country? That's pretty strange for a second-hand clothing store. Quit saying that. What's the point in stocking up clothes from faraway schools they know nothing about?
うん、それはレナも思うよ。他にも体操服とかスクール水着のお古とかも扱ってるの。そういうののお古は ちょっと嫌だよね。
Well, Satoko's is a one piece, like she said, and she's wearing a more traditional serafuku.
あんまり儲かってなさそうな商売だな。きっと少しでも儲けさせるためにミオンが一肌脱いでやってるんだろうな。
でもいつもミオンさんが自信満々に言いますのよ。今にきっと大ブレイクしてすごい商売になるって。
A second-hand clothing store that stocks school uniforms will be a big hit? I don't get it. Maybe for the fetishists. I like how the music is more ominous on the tips menu.
Oh.
I like the little hover things. Or like, when you hover over it.
レナってさ、俺と同い年だったよな。
うん、そうだよ。も同じだよね。
Hey, now, it would be weird if we were the same age, but not the same zodiac animal.
そんなことないよ。誕生日の違いがあれば年齢が同じでも干支が違うこともありえるって。
あれ、あ、そうか。ミオン、頭いいじゃないか。
ところで、ケイチ君は何月生まれなのかな。レナは7月なんだよ。
Ugh. Rena smirked and puffed up with pride. Hey now, what's the meaning of this? She's not planning to be all high and mighty if her birthday is a wee bit sooner than mine, is she?
だが諦めろ。俺に誕生日で挑もうったって。なんならどっちが年上か罰ゲーム付きで勝負してもいいぜ。
Rena is a cute girl, but do not get on her bad side. Well, of course not.
Nope.
なんでだろう。
What are you doing?
なんでだろう。
Rena panicked at suddenly being challenged. Given how panicked she is, I can be sure she isn't confident in winning. Oh yeah, sorry. And then this chick on the right is Neon Sonozaki. She is kind of she's the daughter or heir to one of the major families in Hinamizawa, and she's also their class rep. So she's also a bit tomboyish, and that's pretty much all we really know at this point. It's just sending her in a panic about something as simple as a birthday is so fun, I can't help myself.
ってことはケイちゃん、ひょっとして4月生まれ？
そういうこったな。残念だな、レナ。俺、もうとっくにレナより年上なんだよ。
へえ、そうなんだ。
What are your favorite visual novel games? Someone already asked me this, but like I said, I love Song of Saya. I really like that. I like Hatsumira, which is what I'm playing right now. That's been pretty fun. I love, love, love the Utawada Dumono series. Absolutely. Highly recommend. White Album 2 is also a pretty damn good one. Albeit a bit excruciating in its own right.
まあほんの何ヶ月かはね。すぐにまた差を開いてあげるけどさ。
Mion snickered through her nose. Hey now. Quit saying hey now, dude. That's not something to get all high and mighty about. As if I'm one to talk.
そういえば、ミオンって上級生なんだよな。
下級生の方が燃えるってんなら、今日から下級生ってことでもいいけど。
みーちゃん、よくわかんないこと言ってる。
Saya no Uta is Song of Saya. It's just Japanese is all. Uta means song. Just by seeing Rena's blushing face, you could tell she knew exactly what she meant by it, though.
で、サトコとリカちゃんが下級生と。どころか、学校が違うくらいの下級生だよな。
ケイチ君はちょっと好みの年齢が低すぎると思うな。
You're not making any sense yourself, Reina. I'll just grab onto her head and scruff it up a bit.
やめて。
I don't know enough about the original White Album, but White Album 2 is a completely different story that takes place afterward.
前から思ってたんだけどさ、 なんでこの学校ってクラスが学年混在なんだ？
教室の数が足りないからだよ。仕方ないじゃん。営林署の建物を間借りしてんだからさ。
The forestry services. They own a building. When she says it like that, it makes sense. I thought our school was strange for a while now. The schoolyard is gravel. There are rooms that aren't for classes, and there's some strange sort of construction machinery parked there.
なんで借りてるんだよ。本当の学校はどうしちゃったんだよ。
戦前からずっと
Underrated
建てたらしい
anime?
からね。
Kabaneri of the Iron Fortress. I love it. And people try to critique it, but I'm like, no, this is absolute masterpiece. It's so beautiful
最高
that
ってわけよ。
any things people complain about should be completely overlooked. It probably was a grand old schoolhouse.
まあそれで生徒は町の学校に通うことになったんだけどさ。
Steins Gate is a good visual novel. You can't go wrong with that either. I have more experience with Steins Gate Zero, which is far better than the Steins Gate Zero anime. Whereas I feel the original Steins Gate anime was a near perfect adaptation.
沖宮の駅前通りを抜けて病院に曲がって小児科の向かいに学校あるのわかる？
遠いよ。
Who is RT?
Sorry, work is calling right now. Got some stuff going on tomorrow.
That's stupid. Okay.
I know.
Take it off and head back. Come join me when you're done, okay? No. Come join me when you're done. Don't apologize, just hurry up.
Okay.
And take the dog with you. Good girl. Good girl. You didn't like Cabaneri? Then I do not agree with your tastes. I guess that's what it comes down to, really. I don't understand how anyone could not like it. I couldn't tell there was where that was by the location, but I understood it was pretty far from Renna's reaction.
まあそんなわけでさ。沖宮の学校に通いたくない連中はこうして営林署の建物を間借りした仮校舎に通ってるってわけさ。
It's a commuting issue, huh?
南沢の子供の半分くらいかな。朝早くに自転車で通ってる子たちも結構いるよ。
Work can be boring, yes. And she's kind of like on-call IT help, so she has to jump in when there's an emergency.
そんなことないよ、みーちゃん。ちゃんと頑張ればどこでだってお勉強はできるよ。
Succubus Sakura, thank you! What does that say? Number 1, yeah. Yeah, it was kind of meant to be like a pseudo Attack on Titan to fill in the gaps between seasons of Attack on Titan. But in my opinion, I think Cabaneri and what it's become with both the main series and the little OVA is far superior, in my opinion, to Attack on Titan.
お、そうだぞそうだぞ。レナとは意見が一致したな。
そうだね、そうだね。頑張ろう。
せいぜい頑張ってくださいな。おじさんはささやかに応援しとりますわ。
I like Mion.
俺たちがじゃないぞ。ミオンがだぞ。お前受験生だろ。こんな成績じゃお先真っ暗だぞ。
いいもんいいもん。路頭に迷ったら永久就職してケイちゃんに食わせてもらうから。
永久就職ってなんだろう、なんだろう。
ほらそこ、うるさいですよ。自習は静かに。
The teacher yelled at all three of us. It was completely our fault. Satoko saw it and chortled haughtily. I stuck out my tongue at her in response. It's just as Mion says. This school has nothing to do with higher education, but it makes up for that by having lots of valuable things other schools don't. Okay, so tips are extra skits that I really don't care about right now. Might as well save while we're at it. We have finished Chapter 1. I took it a little too easy on the morning of my day off. It was totally late, and on top of that pesky mom of mine pushing a return journey errand on me just as I'm trying to leave the house. Today was the day Rena and Mion were going to show me around Hinamizawa. Oh, they look cute in that. What do they look like this way? Ah. Rena and Mion were already waiting at the meeting place.
ケイちゃん遅いぞ。
悪い悪い。責めるのは昨夜の面白かった特番に行ってくれ。
おー、女の子との待ち合わせに遅刻して言い訳がそれってわけ。
Yeah, Steins Gate Zero was amazing on the visual novel.
みーちゃんだって今来たばかりなんだよ。
They really botched it a lot. The story, they botched the story and the pacing for the Zero anime.
昨夜の密着24時間面白かったし、ねえ。
She was just as guilty as me. Rena was carrying a pretty heavy-looking handbag. What is that? Mion answered my unspoken question with a wink. That's right. Rena really did make a picnic.
ケイちゃん、あの後レナ大張り切りだったらしいよ。
別に俺がけしかけたわけじゃないだろう。
そんな大変じゃなかったから気にしないでよ。ね。
昨夜から今朝まであのテンションらしいよ。責任取れんの？
わかった。俺も男だ。責任は取る。
Is Robotics Notes worth a read? I don't know. I watched the anime of Robotics Notes. It was okay.
責任ってなんだろう。
That whole part about, like, the robot legs that wouldn't stop moving forward until it, like, either dragged the person off a cliff or made them walk into the ocean and drown. I can't remember. Was just, like, kind of ridiculous. As we both turned around slowly to look at Rena, our gazes drifted downwards to the massive handbag she was carrying. It didn't seem logically feasible that we would be entirely filled with lunchboxes. Except this is Rena we were talking about here.
2キロくらいかな。
レナね、荷物持つときよっこらしょって言ってた。5キロ。
それはオーバー。ケイチくん男の子だからきっといっぱい食べるだろうと思ってたくさんね。
So I'm looking at something. Just from the way she was lifting it up, I couldn't believe the only things in there were lunchboxes.
俺も5キロ。
Will you watch the Blood Sea movie? Haven't done it yet. It's not on my priority list,
手
admittedly.
伝いはするけど、全部食べるんだからね。レナを悲しませたら許さないよ。
The only thing I could do at the moment was exercise a bit to make myself hungrier. Having finished with the pleasantries, we began our leisurely stroll, a carefree walk bathed in the gentle morning sunlight. I couldn't have ever imagined something so wholesome existed during my time in the city. These were the boonies, after all. No slovenly desk jockeys trudging to work on the weekends out here. It really was a nice place, peaceful and quiet. As sparsely populated as the village was, you could still run into people just by walking around.
あ、こんにちは。
こんにちは。あら、そちらは。確か、前原くんだったかしら。
That's not just any lady that we're hearing right now. My two companions exchanged greetings with everyone we ran across. All of these passerbys even knew my name.
なんで俺って こんなに有名人なんだ。
We passed 3 people, and when all 3 of them knew me, I started to feel a bit paranoid.
悲しいかな。ひなみ沢は人が少ないからね。
つまりなんだ。知らない顔が歩いてれば、それは自動的に新しく引っ越してきた前原さんってことになるわけか。
うん、そういうことになるね。
It was a process of elimination you could only pull off in a place like this, but it was quite effective. From now on, I'd better make sure to maintain a good reputation. The day I'm discovered accidentally gawking at a dirty magazine in the bookstore, I can expect all the villagers labeling me as a lech by the next day. The girl gonna get angry at you for looking at a magazine? Hinamizawa is not to be trifled with. Bubblegum Crisis is an amazing cyberpunk anime from the 80s. I mean, they could just be reusing voice actresses to play this random villager, but there is, I'm pretty sure she plays one of the principal characters of this series. That's not the end of this nightmare.
もちろんわかるよ。最初に会ったのが牧野林店の竹蔵おじさん。趣味は盆栽と尺八なんだよ。
Shakuhachi is not just your ordinary flute.
趣味は狙撃で、将来の夢は超永久スナイパーだとか。それで今の人は入江診療所
Avatar Last Airbender MMOs in the works? That could be cool.
趣味は野鳥の観察と撮影だって。
すれ違った全員の名前までわかるのかよ。プロフィールまで。
I'm really excited about this new MiHoYo game, called ZZZ. What's your favorite Higurashi anime opening? Yours is the first from the original anime. I like that one, and then I think I like the one from Higurashi Kai. I think that's my favorite. Seeing my surprise, Mion and Rena exchanged looks and burst into laughter.
はあね。ここいらは都会みたいにご近所付き合いが希薄じゃないからね。
試しに聞いてみよう。今ここにいる俺は誰だ。
前原圭一くん。意地悪なこと言うけど、本当は優しいテレ屋さん。
転校してきてようやく3週間。趣味は昼寝。最近トランクス派に転校したよね。
もういいもういい。
What kind of a name is ZZZ? It stands for something. What the fuck does it stand for? Zenless Zone Zero. But it's got some amazingly sexy characters. And that's enough to keep me completely interested. It's basically like what I wish they would do with Genshin Impact, but won't, is, you know, include some nice midriff ladies and stuff like that. I don't know if it's going to be as good of a game as Genshin Impact, but I'm certainly interested. Apparently there is absolutely nothing you can keep hidden here. Hinamizawa was not a place to be trifled with.
これじゃあさ、俺のための案内ってより、俺のお披露目みたいだな。
そうだね。うちらさ、これだけ賑やかに練り歩いてたからね。みんな思うんじゃない？ケイちゃんもひなみ沢に馴染んでくれたんだって。
ひなみ沢は過疎だから。村中みんなが新しい仲間を歓迎してくれてるの。
I thought about brushing it off as something to the effect of, "You're kidding me," but I held back. Had I ever greeted someone who'd just moved into the city like this before? Thinking about that made me believe what they said wasn't a joke at all. We passed another person. Of course, we were called out again the same way.
あら、こんにちは。
Wait, Elon Musk banned Kpop on Twitter? What? 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 That sounds fake as fuck. I don't really believe he'd do that. Did you watch High School of the Dead? Yes, I did. I love that show. Now I have to look this up. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about that. If he banned K-pop, there would be articles flying around about it. I don't think he's done that. That seems so anti what Elon Musk would do.
藤島さんちのおばさんだよ。こんにちは。
あら前原くん両手に花でいいわね。どう？生活はもう慣れた？
Instead of regurgitating a prepared response like I would have in the city, I responded with an emphatic nod. The old woman chuckled, voicing her appreciation of how energetic I was.
グッド。
As I looked back over to Rena and Mion, they gave me a wink.
でね、そろそろお昼にしないかな。かな。
Rena's brilliant smile signaled the approach of an event that both Mion and I were trying to forget. We both looked at each other.
俺も男だ。努力はする。だが量が多すぎる。
よしケイちゃん、ここはおじさんに任せなさい。
Mion has never seemed as reliable as she does right now. I'd expect no less from the class representative.
レナ、どうせ食べるならさ、見晴らしのいいところで食べない？
Especially Gangnam Style. I like all the K-pop girls doing those crazy dances, and their fashion is right up my alley. Like the tight jeans and the crop tops and stuff.
それいい。賛成。
Reina nodded her head happily in response to Mion's proposal. Cresting the top of a stone stairway, a shrine drawn straight out of my imagination appeared before us. It had worn down a bit through the years, but the fallen leaves had been swept up, giving it a tidy feeling.
ここはね、古出神社っていうの。多分見晴らしが一番いいところかな。
ここの場所、よく覚えといてね。もうすぐここでお祭りがあるんだから。
The Furude Shrine, it was owned by Rika's parents, and her family. I mean, the whole point of Elon Musk buying Twitter is to try and make it more freedom of speech. Which I already thought Twitter was pretty free speech anyway. Like, you could post all sorts of crap on Twitter you could not imagine getting away with on YouTube.
へえ。祭りにしちゃ
You just put straight up hentai on Twitter, I love it.
綿流しは夏祭りじゃなくてね。昔は冬の終わりを喜ぶお祭りだったらしいよ。
The Wataganashi festival is hell. I was embarrassed for assuming that festivals had to be held in the summer.
さて、弁当を広げてっと。
Various colored lunch boxes were... What is her name? Akali? I think she's the one that I liked the most. Placed one after the other on top of the plastic sheet. It sure did smell delicious. It was Rena's home cooking. It went without saying that it would be delicious. But is it even possible to finish all of this? Hey, Mion, it'll take more than just a good view to get this all down, you know.
こんにちはです。
Oh, hey, Rika. What do they look like in this form? Wait, what the? That's weird. It only transformed one of them. It was Rika and Satoko. Why are they here? Mion grinned over at me. I see this was her secret plan. The power in numbers. You have my thanks, Mion. Following up when all the pieces are in place is my specialty.
騒がしいから来てみれば、これは何ですの？
That's... It turned into her for like a second. There we go. Yeah, this is so much better. This version of the stuff. About Zenless Zone... Not Zenless Zone. Endless Zone Zero. Which characters did you play as? You'd play as the dude with the red jacket and the sweet haircut? Of course I'd play as the waifu. Oh my gosh. There's that hot chick with the tank top, cropped tank top thing, and what looks like a hammer slash gun. It's like a ruby weapon almost. And then, yeah, just that kind of thing. On the bright side, Donna and David Tennant are returning to be Doctor. That's the first time. Oh, it might be just for like a special or something, right?
見りゃわかるだろ。これからランチタイムだ。ビュッフェスタイルだ。レナの手作り弁当に舌鼓だ。
そんなの見ればわかるでございますわ。どうして人様の庭でご座なんか広げてますの？
神社は公共の場所だぞ。勝手に独占する。
圭一の言う通りですよ。みんなのお庭にしますです。
くー、やっぱりリカちゃんはいい子だな。座りな、そこ。一緒に食べよう。
Bible Black. I've never played it. I've just seen the anime. Well, yeah, for the 60th anniversary, yeah. But you could say, like, oh, we're going to start a whole new series with them for the 60th anniversary. With how long that show's been going, I wouldn't be surprised. Anyway. After opening up a spot for Rika-chan, I promptly turned my back on Satoko.
ちょっとお待ちなさいな。私はどこに座ればいいんですの？
お前に座る場所はないし、食べる分もない。
大丈夫だよ。さとこちゃんの分もちゃんとあるから。
Do you think he sounds like Jason from FGO? Who, Keiji?
さとこの分も俺がいただく。
そんなことは許せませんの。リカ。はい、お箸です。
Both Satoko and I leapt at the boxes, having it out with each other. I do have an interest in trying to find a way to play Wordsworth, the old fantasy H that has amazing animation. It's probably one of my favorite hentais.
才能あるのかもしれない。
はい、お皿。
The Hinamizawa Dam Project. We haven't gotten there yet, but yeah, that's a thing. The English dub of Bible Black is god-awful. Yes, it is. Gosh, it's some of the weirdest things. Runa whipped out pairs of chopsticks and paper plates.
僕たちも頑張らないとなくなってしまうです。
そうだね。参戦と行くかな。
いっぱい食べてね。
I'm not really an expert on Jason's voice, because I don't play him a lot. Rena said as she opened up a thermos. Just then I realized that this lunch was made under the assumption that 5 people would be eating. It didn't change how much there was, but the implication behind it was different.
そのハンバーグは渡しませんわ。
いや、肘は反則だろう、さとこ。
襟首をつかむのも反則でございます。
It was a tough battle. Blocking with her full momentum and an elbow in the opening moves, Satoko appeared to have the upper hand, but the difference in our proficiency with chopsticks proved to be fatal, and gave me the upper hand.
最後のミートボール。
ミートボール。
校長さとこ、破れたり。
Satoko and I amiably began choking at the same time, falling backwards and spasming. Rika patted me on the head to clear it, even though it was actually stuck in my throat. Seeing that made Reina blush and breathe heavily in excitement. It was almost like the flowers were floating all around her. Oh, like flowers were. Mion advised Reina to refrain from saying anything that could get her locked up. This is how our meals usually go. I'd do anything in my power. Just so things could stay like this. You had a stomach flu, but now you're better. Well, I'm so glad to hear that you're better. That sounds horrible. The intense battle calmed, and finally everyone reached a point where they could begin talking. Receiving tea from the thermos, I let out a small sigh.
日本語ってやつはさ、どうしてこう味に対する賛辞が少ないんだろうな。
食事中の団らんって考えが そもそも近代に入ってからだからじゃない？
昔の人は無言で食事を済ませたそうだし、
Lame.
作る人もちょっぴり寂しかったろうね。きっと昔の人は食べるのに忙しくて味を褒める暇もなかったのですわ。
That's just you.
でもね、美味しいの一言だけでも嬉しいよ。苦労の甲斐があったかなって。
She blushed a little as she said that.
美味しいです。
I'm gonna exercise downstairs, huh? With absolutely perfect timing, Riki-chan struck Rena directly with praise. She looked straight at her with an expression of bewitching innocence.
Huh?
After Rena uttered an unintelligible noise, a ring of smoke rose from her head with an audible poof.
リカちゃん、お持ち帰りじゃなくて。
So I would like to play as all the characters. Just got to pick the character I'd like to play. No! Of course pick the character you like the most. Like, I'm not shaming you for that. I'm just saying, of course, for me, it's the waifu. That's what makes me excited about this game. I personally am just not interested in the dude characters very often in games.
ありがとう。本当に美味しかったですよ。
Rena flushed red with excitement, embracing Rika-chan and rubbing her cheek against her so hard you could almost hear it.
リカちゃんには褒めてもらったお礼に、じゃーん、これをサービスね。
You finally, who's coming to FGO thanks to Lost Belt 6.5? I'm not sure. There was one other dude I saw. Oh, wait. Are you talking about, what's his name? The other paladin of Charlemagne. Roland, right? 2 apple rabbits. After sticking toothpicks into them, she thrust them toward Rika-chan. After Rika-chan accepted them, the mood suddenly shifted in a bizarre way.
なんだよ、サトコ。その挑戦的な目は。
皆さんにはレナさんのリンゴを獲得できるだけの賛辞が用意できまして。
強気じゃんよ。ごきゃ品のあんたにどんな賛辞が思いつくっての？
では。
Charlemagne is in fact going to come to FGO. Well, that's good.
ご覧遊ばせ。
That must have been recently announced, because they had that, like, banner of shadow characters. It's been damn time that she did it. Or that they did it. You might get to see Salter in Lost Belt 6.5. Why Salter? After Satoko flushed Mion and me a defiant look, she changed the tone of her voice suddenly.
レナお姉ちゃんのお弁当、サトコも美味しかったよ。
Satoko looked up at her poutily while talking cutesy. What? How is that praise? That's not even persuasion by tears. That's persuasion by cuteness, isn't it? This is a Rena limited specialty skill. She blushed her head and she blushed and her head spun, waving around in circles. Don't fall for it, Rena! Of course, that was asking for the impossible. Rena glommed Satoko and began rubbing her cheek against her.
サトコちゃんもかいいよ。お持ち帰り。
Swish, stab, push. Satoko was also presented with apple rabbits. After stuffing them into her mouth, she looked over at Mion and me again with that defiant gaze. It only took 5 seconds to take down Rena. That's unfair, to think she had such a trick.
悔しければレナさんにご褒美がもらえるような賛辞をお考え遊ばせ。
Damn it! That was a dirty trick. First of all, that wasn't even praise.
サトコ、それで勝てたつもりとはね。あんたらの底の浅い技とはわけが違うものを見せてあげようじゃない。
それは頼もしいぜ、ミオ。それはどんな技なんだ？
やるのはケイちゃん。
はあ？
せてもらおうではございませんか。豊島のあがきを。
The plan of attack she suggested was wicked. But it was the only thing we had to beat Satoko. After sipping my tea, I started talking. Very naturally and calmly. Perfectly.
本当に美味しいよな。これってさ、全部手作りなのかい？
実はね、これほとんど冷凍物なの。
じゃあ、レナの手作りのってどれだい？
その恥ずかしいな。教えなきゃダメ？どうしても？
From the synergy of boy plus handmade lunchbox, her expression had melted into
わ
euphoria.
かるよ。これでしょ。
Rena turned an even deeper shade of red, the words "I can't believe it" practically written on her face.
なんでわかるかな？レナの手作り。
Of course, Mion had told me beforehand. It's been perfect so far. After acting like I was shy, I waited a beat. Next would be the finisher.
レナの匂いがしたから。
Silence enveloped the area. Rena, face still completely red, froze solid. With a small yelp, Satoko also blushed. Of course I did too.
レナの手作りのリンゴのウサギさんが食べたいな。なんて。
Even if this was all because I was completely against Satoko, it felt like I had crossed the line by a good 9 yards, I think. Then at that moment... Boom! It was a Tupperware container filled with rabbits.
食べてね、ケイチ君。いっぱいあるんだよね。
Instantly, dozens of the apples were shoved into my mouth, knocking me over.
はい、ケイチ君。
My head was forcibly laid upon her lap, and even more apples were shoved into my mouth. While she was squealing, one apple after another was forced into my mouth. More and more apples.
ほうがはほほへはひごはひは。
ケイちゃん、殉職見事なり。どうよ、サトコ。うちらの完全勝利だね。
こんな手信じられないですの。悔しくないもん。
Satoko ground her teeth, mortified. We did it! I claimed victory as my consciousness drifted slowly away from me. At that time, Marina stopped her squealing as she suddenly realized
リ
something.
カちゃん、食べないの？塩水強すぎたかな？
Looking over, Rika-chan had pulled the toothpick out from the apple rabbit, placed it into her cupped hands, and seemed to be at a loss for what to do.
うさぎさんがかわいそうです。助けてあげてほしいです。
What? That was the sound of blood spurting from Rena's nose, of course. Ew.
かわいいよ。今夜こそ絶対本持ち帰り。
She shook sporadically, her head wobbling back and forth. Then, coming back to her senses, she took all of the apples around me, gathered them up with a whip, and fixed them back onto a plate.
これでみんな寂しくないよね。これリカちゃんにあげるね。
Rika-chan raised up Satoko's hand like a referee after having that plate of rabbits shoved to her. She whispered,
僕たちが勝ちましたです。 Thus, my sacrifice ended up being in vain. Wow. It was a fun-filled, crazy day.
But as soon as the sun began to set, the end of the day really did come quickly.
じゃあね、レナにケイちゃん。また明日ね。
ミオ、今日はありがとな。楽しかったぜ。
また明日ね。
Satoko and Rika-chan went home as well. We parted ways with Mion, and it ended up just with Rena and myself, enjoying the evening air on our way home.
ケイチくんも今日は付き合ってくれてありがとう。楽しかった？
ああ、楽しかった。まだ家に帰るのが惜しいくらいだぜ。
あ、じゃあさ、ちょっとだけ寄り道してもいいかな？
寄り道？遠いのか？
ちょっと歩くけどすぐ済むから。
Since we've been walking around all day, I must have seemed a bit tired. Not feeling like teasing Rena, I quietly nodded. Traversing a small path up a small hill, the land suddenly stretched out before us. There, what looked like the remnants of a dilapidated construction site came into view. A large heap of garbage spread off towards the swamp. Probably illegal dumping. I recalled it being in the newspaper.
今日は久しぶりだから何かあるかな？何かあるかな？
久しぶりって、レナのようは、ゴミの山かよ。
ゴミじゃないよ。レナにとっては宝の山だもん。
Rena had already entered that well-known cute mode of hers. So that must mean there was something cute here.
わあ、新しい山だ。ワクワク、ワクワク。
Wak wak! Wak wak! We've got that in Spy X Family now, right? Yeah, with Anya. That's what she says when she's like, I'm so excited. She descended the unstable slope with ease. I'd expect no less from a born and bred country girl.
おい、待てよ。今行くから。あっとだだだ。
My city-raised self was completely pitiful.
いいよ。ケイチくんはそこにいて。すぐ済むから。
Do you think Lost Belt 7 could be a Lost Belt where instead of Type Mercury arriving here in South America, it would be an Orc Cloud? Instead, it would be quite easy to solve the confusion of... I have no idea, man. I leave it to them to introduce that stuff. I have absolutely no theory regarding that. Reina kindly declined my accompaniment.
転ぶなよ。足元に気をつけろよ。
大丈夫だよ。大丈夫。全然平気。
Literally bounding among the heaps of trash, Reina disappeared from sight. I didn't like being left behind, but I was still pretty tired from the whole day, so I just ended up waiting. Without the lively Reina around, the surrounding area quickly fell into silence. The cry of the Higurashi gently cooled the air. Fairly exhausted, I began to feel a little sleepy. Just then, the sudden noise of scattering pebbles alerted me to somebody's presence. Startled, I turned around. Standing there was a typical-looking photographer. He spied over at me through his camera. Dude, this guy got swole in between his portraits. His body was tanned and fit, but something about him seemed unreliable, like he had a bit of an aloof air about him. Well, it didn't seem like he was a bad guy in any case.
おっと。あ、びっくりした。
Although startled when I turned around, he overplayed his reaction. That was my line.
驚いたのはこっちですよ。
ごめんごめん。驚かすつもりはなかったんだ。君はひなみ沢の人かい？
I gathered that he wasn't from that question. Unfazed by my suspicious gaze, he introduced himself without my prompting.
僕は富武。
Tomitake, the series punching bag, as it were.
フリーのカメラマンさ。ひなみ沢にはたまに来るんだ。
I didn't ask who you were.
写真ってのは 被写体に断ってから撮るのが礼儀なんじゃないんすかね。
ごめんごめん。メインは野鳥の撮影でね。断った試しがないんだよ。
I like photographing birds. They can't say no. That's a little suspicious. So what? You're saying I'm the same as the birds?
いやいや、夕闇に黄昏る少年があまりにも絵になっていたんでね。本人の許可を取らずにファインダーを覗いたことを謝るよ。
With Fate, there's enough material for me to cover and think about, just trying to figure out what is the right answer and what is going on, that I can't even, like, waste time speculating on what could be. If you could put the Higurashi girls into Fate classes, which ones would fit each character? Mion would be an archer, because she's good at handling a gun. I guess Satoko later on becomes dope at that shit, too. But I almost don't think Satoko is like an Avenger or something. Reina could be like a Saber or Berserker. Once you know a little bit more about what she's up to. Those are the only ones that jump out at me at the moment. Adults are pretty slick. All that annoyance I felt for being startled just flew away as he buttered me up. I had no intention of hanging around with this guy trying to get cozy with me, except it didn't seem like Rena would be back soon. But this older guy, Tomitake-san, he didn't mind my cautious responses and continued rambling on by himself. I feel like Shion could be an assassin. Rena popped her head out from one of the lower piles of garbage and waved her hand.
それがいたのかい？お、彼女はあんなところで何をしているんだい？
That's what I wanted to know.
さあね、昔起こった殺人事件の死体でも探してるんじゃないですか。
Tomitake-san looked shaken up by that for a moment. Uh-oh, I responded like I would if I were talking with Rena and the others.
嫌な事件だったね。まだ見つかってないんだろ？
Oh, snap, it's a real thing! Someone really did get dismembered!
馬に蹴られる前に退散するかな。驚かせてすまなかったね、ケイイチ君。
Tomitake-san chortled suggestively. I don't like it when localizers overuse the word chortle. Frickin' Tokyo Xanadu used it for like every time a character even remotely laughed. Chortle, 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 like it's some kind of Pokemon. Then disappeared into the twilight. Missing my chance to retort put me off a bit. It wasn't Rena's fault, so I decided to just brush it off for now.
どうだった？掘り出し物は見つかったか？
聞いて。あのね、あったの。ランディ君人形。
Colonel Randy.
ランディ君人形？ってあれか？ファーストフードの店の前に必ず置いてあるあの等身大人形の？そう、
ランディ君。お持ち帰りしたい。
She just called him Randy-kun. I couldn't tell how she decides what's cute or not, but, well, she seems to want
あ
it.
れはゴミだろ。お持ち帰りしたきゃしてもいいんだぜ。
他の山の下敷きになってるの。簡単には掘り出せないし、あそこ明かりがないからすぐ暗くなっちゃうし。
The version you have on Steam does not have voiceover. This is the 07 mod. And I think you can get the 07 mod to patch the Steam version, which would add voices, because it combines the console releases with the originals and all sorts of stuff. And it allows you to do weird shit like this, where you can transform them into... Wow, she looks thirsty right there. But, yeah, that face doesn't really match her expression right now. But yeah, the 07 mod or 07th, I forgot, is like the definitive way to play Higurashi from my knowledge, from what I was able to research. I'm glad I chose this, because the idea of this not having voiceover just seems completely insane to me. Reina seemed quite down about finding a treasure and not being able to bring it back.
俺も手伝ってやるよ。今日のうまかった弁当の恩返しってことでさ。
ありがとう。
Birds heading home to roost proclaimed that nightfall would soon be upon us.
ケイチくんが手伝ってくれる。ランディくんをお持ち帰りできる。
Reina staggered along as if intoxicated in her dreamy state of mind. I tried asking her in a way that wouldn't take her out of her cheery state.
なあレナ、あそこで昔なんかあったのか？
ダムの工事をやってたんだってね。詳しく知らないけど。
例えばさ、工事中になんかあったとか、事故とか。
知らない。
Oh? Now what does this look like? Oh. Her tone was disturbingly frank. It sounded more like a denial than an answer. I must have appeared rather dumbstruck. Reina quickly lightened her expression.
実はね、去年までよそに住んでたの。
Yeah, I definitely think the whole Ukraine situation is horrible. I don't know why anyone would support it. Just going to war because you can, really, in this case. To exert your power. I thought we were done with that kind of crap by now. In more civilized nations.
え、レナも転校生だったのか？俺はてっきり。
だからね、それ以前のことはよく知らないの。ごめんね。
Don't really know. Don't want to talk about it. That was the kind of feeling she gave me. Thinking about it, of course, it would be like that. This wasn't the type of thing girls would enjoy talking about. It was quite a disturbing incident. They still haven't found one of the arms? It's just like Tomitake-san said. Or if it is, then I had a feeling only the Higurashi would know. New tips unlocked. Now, the damn site murder one is a tip that we could actually use. I don't care about the Maebara manor. I'm going to skip that one. Do you hear about the Will Smith slap? Of course. From the June XS 1979 edition. Just make up a number, bro. The Shishibon City Okinomiya Police Station, June blah, 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 late at night. Suspects that redacted were arrested on suspicion of murder and improper disposal of a corpse. The main offender, redacted, has also been added to the wanted lists nationwide. According to other sources, the 6 suspects were at the Hinamizawa Dam construction site workroom on the redacted at 9 p.m., where they are suspected to have assaulted and murdered the site overseer, redacted as a group, dismembering his body and hiding it. On the redacted at 8 o'clock in the morning, a report was filed by the Shishibon City hospitals in which a male suspect alluded to having murdered Mr. Redacted. When questioned at the police station, the individual confessed to the crime. Since a portion of the body was recovered at the location he gave, he was arrested that afternoon on suspicion of murder and mutilation of a corpse. The rest of the suspects were arrested the same day, but the main culprit is still at large. Police are currently on his trail. The motive is purported to be a drunken verbal dispute during which he killed the victim in a fit of anger. However, there are multiple inconsistencies with their testimonies. The investigation is ongoing. See, that's good information to know. A crime mystery? Kind of. There's definitely an element of that to Higurashi's story. Well, we're back at the story, so... We're back at school, rather, so things are gonna get more lighthearted again.
そりゃレナのツボだわな。
レナがサトコやリカちゃんをお持ち帰りしたくなるのはわかる。
But yeah, that was a piece of Hinamizawa lore, which is important when you're trying to put together the whole mystery of what the hell's happening in this town. So bear that in mind.
そりゃレナに直接聞けばいいじゃん。
Aw, dice streams heal your soul. How much of Higurashi do I know? I know all of it. I know the whole thing! I could spoil this son of a bitch right now, but I wouldn't. Not in this case.
だって会員だもんしか言わないだろ。
Especially because there's so many people who are like, what's Higurashi in this stream? Which is pretty cool. I like that.
宝探しに行くのか？
ちょくちょく見に行くって言ってましたです。
しかし、年頃の女の子がゴミ漁りね。
レナが楽しいならいいんだと思いますです。
あそこはなんだよ？ダムの工事現場だったのか？
It'd been bugging me since yesterday, like an itch I couldn't scratch.
何年か前に中止になっちゃったけどね。
Highway Blossoms? Super wholesome VN.
みんなで力を合
Sounds
わせ
like
て
it.
戦いましたです。
Hearing an ominous word like fought came from Rika-chan's mouth startled me.
そうそう。何しろとんでも
Am I going to do a lore video about it? I might. I very well could.
ひなみ沢が丸ごとダム湖に沈むことに一方的になってさ。
So, I'm only able to be here because the protest succeeded?
ごめんねごめんね。待たせちゃったかな。申し訳ありませんわねケイチさん。お化粧直しに時間をかけちゃいまして。
Now, forgive me if I'm mistaken, but the whole point of the Hinamizawa Dam project, you know, they were going to build a dam, which would screw over the town, right? It might cause it to, like, flood or something? Because that would mean everybody in Hinamizawa would have to leave the village to make way for the dam, I think is what it was. And that's why the protest was there. The people who lived in Hinamizawa didn't take kindly to the idea of having to be forced out of their homes, even if the government was willing to pay for them to haul out and go to the nearby cities and stuff. But they wanted to stay there, so they protested and rebelled against the construction team that was there and shit. And presumably there was a brutal murder of one of the construction workers, one of the heads of it. Do you know e-girls are trying to call themselves I-ladies? What's the point of that? First of all, I doesn't make any sense. Internet, I guess, ladies versus electronic ladies. If they're trying to pull that stupid shit, well, girl is infantilizing and demeaning. It's like, no, a girl's a girl. I like girls. I like girls and I like women, but if you're a girl, you're a girl. I ladies, nuts in your mouth. Okay. I is an apple, but you're not Apple. I don't even know what the I in Apple's, like, iPad is supposed to stand for.
Satoko.
Thank you, Succubus Sakura.
便所には溜めてから行け。一気に出せて楽で早いぞ。
花も恥じらう乙女になんて口の利き方。
Who is she calling a maiden? If Satoko really were a maiden, she wouldn't have reacted like that. The usual hijinks ensued.
てと、今日は快速に乗っ取り部員の諸君に是非を問いたい。彼前原圭一君を新たな部員として我らの部活動に加えたいのだが、いかがだろうか。
レナは異議なーし。貧民風情が私の相手を務められるかしら。僕もサトコも賛成しますですよ。
The three that Mion had queried voiced their approval.
全会一致。おめでとう前原圭一君。君に栄えある我が部への入部試験を許可する。
Entrance exam.
俺はまだ入るとは言ってないぞ。何の部活だ？
我が部はだな。複雑化する社会に対応するため、活動ごとに提案される様々な条件下、時には準教、あるいは逆境からいかにして。
レナは弱いからいじめないでほしいな。仲良くやろ。レナさんは甘えてますわ。弱い者は食い尽くされるのが世の常なのでございますわよ。
This was starting to sound a bit sketchy. So what kind of club was it?
つまりみんなでゲームして遊ぶ部活なのです。
Annoying bukatsu. Rika-chan was the only one to answer my question with a pertinent response. So basically this club put Mion's hobby of collecting games to use. By playing the various games that Mion had hoarded every day. It seemed that depending on the day, there were prizes for the winner or a penalty for the person who finished in last place.
先に断っとくけど、ままごと遊びみたいなレベルじゃないからね。一生いっぱいに命がかかってるくらい本気でかかった方がいいよ。
楽しくやれればいいじゃないか。そう凄むなよ。
快速第一条、狙うのは1位のみ。遊びだからなんていういい加減なプレーは許さない。
快速第2条、そのためにはあらゆる努力をすることが義務付けられておりますのよ。
The way Satoko said it, it sounded like she was saying, use any means necessary.
もちろん僕も頑張りますです。レナも
I wouldn't mind a hentai club.
精一杯頑張ってるの。
I knew what they were trying to say. In a game where everybody is aiming for the top, it's rather unsportsmanlike to play just for fun.
よし、俺も本気でやってやるぜ。
With that, I was finally ready for the rite of initiation, my baptism into the club.
ケイちゃんに一応忠告ね。レナも結構えげつないからね。
This initiation looks like it's going to be rough. Mion began fishing around in the student lockers in the back of the room. They have the games here at the school. Well, it's club equipment, so I guess that's fine.
難しいゲームはケイちゃんだけに不利だからね。今日は誰にでもわかるゲームにしよう。
Do you think the club linked to the murder? I won't say. Although this did happen quite a bit ago. I don't know if Satoko was more than like an infant at that time or what. Or if it was even before that.
スタンダードにトランプのジジ抜きはどう？
よし、受けてやるぜ。
やっぱり罰ゲームがないと燃えないよね。今回はビリに顔面落書きの刑。どう？
優勢じゃないよね。優勢じゃないよね。
Permanent? She wants to draw on her faces with permanent marker?
上等でございますわ。
Satoko cheered the idea on. She didn't even flinch at the thought of such a severe penalty. Seemed like she was raring to go. If it's going to be like this, then I can't lose either. How does this series connect to Umineko? Rather loosely, to be honest. It's more like some of the more supernatural things that play have a connection that we get to see, but much, much, much later. So it's probably better off not associating it with Umineko immediately. You're half Ukraine, you're not born there, but you have blood. Yeah, that stuff would just scare the shit out of me. You know, you never know when it's going to happen to you, when some stupid nation is going to cause shit. And look at what this amazing cultural exchange has gotten us, you know, the my entire life is enjoying works made in Japan or made inspired by Japan. It's like the idea of, like, if we ever had to, like, try and go to war with them or something again would be the most, like, outrageous and horrible thing ever. It's like, what would I even do? You had to go for 15 minutes. What did you miss? Shit. Did you hear me talking about the dam project? The Hinamizawa Dam project that got canceled? And the murder? Because otherwise we're just back to playing games in the classroom. Old Bachelor is pretty much the same as Old Maid. There's only one difference. There's no Joker. In its place, one card is pulled out at the start, meaning there will be one card without a match left over at the end. You don't know which card will end up being the Joker. It's a pretty thrilling game.
じゃあ1枚抜くね。
Mion took out one card and left it face down on the table. Everybody stared at the card intently.
ま、終盤になればおのずとわかるし、最初はどうしようもないよな。
But the rest of them were very serious. They didn't seem as relaxed as I was. They compared their cards to the one face down, all while gauging each other's reactions. It's as if they could see what the face down card was. No, it couldn't
この
be.
トランプ、結構傷物だろ。まさかみんなにはその傷で、そこに伏せたカードがわかってる？
快速第2条ですわ。
Okay, well, at the end of showing us around the town, Rena decided to ask Keiichi to stop by this abandoned dam construction site where there is a huge junk pile. And Rena likes to look through the junk pile for things that she finds cute, which is rather strange, but she does that. And she got all excited about finding a Colonel Sanders equivalent, like plastic figure that they put in front of the restaurants, just dumped there. And so we're going to go back there and try to dig it out at some point. But while we were there, we met this guy, Tomitake-san, a photographer, who happened to chat with Keiichi about the fact that this town has a kind of a darker secret. That there was a murder, a dismembered corpse, that not all the pieces could be found, even by the police to this day. And, a newspaper which is reciting a Hinamizawa Dam incident in which they tried to build a dam in Hinamizawa, or around it, which would have actually caused the town itself to more or less flood. And so they'd have to evacuate and rehouse all the citizens of the town. So the government was trying to push this. But the people of the town who wanted to stay in their town rebelled against it, and it's presumed that the murder had to do with that. First murder isn't gonna happen just yet, unfortunately.
ケイチさんも勝つために最善の努力をなさいませ。いくつかのカードは特徴的だから、ケイチ君にもすぐ覚えられるよ。
She said that so matter-of-factly.
上等だぜ。この程度でハンデになると思うなよ。
I lashed out angrily, but it was rather obvious I was at a disadvantage. After all, they'd gone so far as to memorize the wear and tear for each individual card. This wasn't a simple game of Old Bachelor. If this was a test, then they were playing with the answer sheet in front of them. Bring it. I'll take advantage of your carelessness and beat you at your own game. That baseless confidence would soon be crushed.
ケイちゃんの手札を右から言うぜ。3、4、9、ジャック、クイーン。
ちなみに、ジジはダイヤの J なのです。どうカードを入れ替えたって見え見えですわ。上がりですな。
I thought I was prepared, but for it to be this brutal, just overwhelming.
鬼だ。こいつらは鬼だ。レナは鬼じゃないよな。
ごめんね、ケイチ君。こっちがハートの3だよね。あがり。
Not even a hint of mercy. Rina, even Rika-chan. These club activities weren't to be trifled with. Hi, Kenshin, who's my good little kitty. An alumnus of this world would definitely survive in the cruelest of situations. If our entire class had self-detonating collars strapped to their necks and were dropped into a death match on a deserted island, these guys would probably take to it like fish to water. I can already picture their joy as they hunt down each of their classmates.
ポイントは減点制ね。着順がそのままマイナス点。トータルで一番少ない人が優勝。
では圭一はビリなので5です。
There's already a 5 marked down on my scoreboard.
やっぱりさ、綺麗なトランプでやらないと圭一君に不公平だよ。
いいのいいの。ケイちゃんだって男だし。これくらいの逆境は跳ね返せるよね。
貧民風情は逃げ帰って涙で枕を濡らすのがお似合いでございますことよ。
Petite hand laid itself on top of my head, which was trembling from uncontainable frustration. It was Rika-chan's.
ファイトおーです。
Thanks to Rika-chan's words of encouragement, I was able to calm down. You need to be calm, especially when you're cornered. You need to be calm, especially when you're cornered. That's the power I couldn't muster during this crisis. Think clearly, Keiichi Maibara. Take your time and look at the cards carefully. It's as if Rena said, several of the cards have had their own distinct markings, making them stand out. Memorizing them should be pretty simple. Think about what you can do in this situation. Try everything in your power to improve your chances of victory.
わあ、うまいよ圭一君。その調子。
I covered the uniquely marked cards with my hands or other cards, arranging them in such a way that they couldn't be seen.
角が割れているのは5だったはずです。上がりましたです。
I couldn't let any of those precious hints slip by me. All information is a weapon. Who do you think is in the trailer for Xenoblade 3 when it comes to the 6 party members? Noah says that... Tell me what could possess you, side with them. What? You know, I'm intentionally not looking too deep into the trailers because I'd rather just experience the game fresh from the start. The only reason I know about some of the newer updates is because I'm waiting on Nintendo's damn website to allow me to do pre-order the limited edition of that game. So, yeah. I can't comment too much on it, and a lot of it's people speculating and things. I'm like, no, I'll just play the game when it's here. That's how I want to truly experience this stuff, and how I think it was truly intended. That stuff's good if you're not sure you want to play a game yet, and you're trying to see things that would convince you to buy. But I've been in the shut up and take my money phase from the very start. Then it was my turn. Satoko fanned out her cards for me.
欲しいのは7なんだが、これかな。
He does have the same VA? You checked it out? That's interesting, because he sounds really young in this.
さてどうかしら。聞いてみないとわかりませんことよ。
There was a bit of dismay in her expression. Like she doesn't want it taken. That kind of expression. I won't let that momentary lapse slip by me.
見えた。これだ。
Got it! 7 of spades! A cheer of "Ooh" rang out.
なんですって7は一番わかりにくいはずですのに。
It wasn't from memorizing the markings. Those slight changes in their expression as I was selecting a card were enough.
ほらケイちゃん隠さない。この傷が確かダイヤの2だったよね。あれ
Xenoblade 3 would be the darkest. I mean, fair enough. I'm down for that. She was startled by her own misread. Of course, everyone else was too.
あ、みーちゃんがカード間違えるなんて珍しいね。
違うケイちゃんあんた まさか。
They told them apart by different marks. That mark was a nail scratch, so I put a new one on it!
ダイヤの2を偽装したというですの？味な真似をするでございますわ。圭一、
You what?
一矢報いましたです。やったね、圭一くん。大前線だよ。
Having defeated the Forerunner Mion, my brilliant battle left me ecstatic. But by total points, it was already set in stone that Mion would win and I would finish last. I laughed haughtily, selecting the tone of my voice carefully to get on Mion's nerves.
最後にミオンから1本取れたからだ。
That should be the proverbial slap in the face to Mion, who was at the top already and ensured victory.
この回、仮にケイちゃんが1着になってもトータルビリが確定するんだけど。
当たり前だ。
一騎打ちしようよ。ワンチャンス。勝てたらケイちゃん1位で私ビリの大逆転。なんてどう？乗るでしょ？
Jason versus Maebara Keiichi. I think Keiichi might be able to take him on. She fell for it. A chance for an upset that wouldn't be possible without goading her into it.
ワンチャンスだと？ルールを説明しろ。
Mion discarded 2 cards from her hand and replaced one with the Joker card. That was on the table. Then shuffled the resulting hand behind her back.
右手のカードと左手のカード。どっちがジョーカーか当てたらケイちゃんの勝ち。
今後ろに回した時ジョーカーを抜いたってことはないだろうな。
ケイちゃんが負けたら反対の手のカードも公開するよ。それなら OK でしょ。
The other 3 gulped nervously at this unexpected turn of
よ
events.
し、乗ってやる。
Mion grasped 1 card in each hand and thrust them out at me. First, I needed to inspect them closely. The card on the right had no distinguishing marks. I couldn't tell which one it was.
どっちだろう。圭一くん、慎重にね。
How well did the Higurashi anime adapt the VN up to this point? I think it did a fairly good job in some ways. There are videos that really do a fantastic job of breaking down the differences, but I will say that the visual novel is so tremendously long in comparison that obviously we're getting way more detail here than we ever could imagine getting out of the anime. But whether or not those details are important to the overall plot, like, this entire game isn't that important, to be perfectly honest. Imagine if Atalante meets Maebara Keiichi, would he get kicked by her? If she had a reason to kick him, I don't know, man. I think he has the worst luck, Maebara or Emiya. Probably Keiichi's got worse luck, in my opinion.
ああ、もちろんだぜ。逆転の大チャンスだ。
Looking closely at the card on the left, I saw a little wear. It wasn't the one I hadn't seen... Sorry, it wasn't one I hadn't seen before.
あのカードは。
I didn't let that bit from Satoko slip by me. Mion clucked her tongue. I didn't recognize the mark on the left card from the small number that I had memorized. I didn't know what the left card was, but I could tell from Satoko's reaction that the card had already appeared during the game. Since it had already appeared before, it means that it definitely wasn't the Joker.
ケイちゃんは右のカードを疑ってる。じゃあ右にする？右？
The left card definitely wasn't the Joker. If I could trust that theory, then I should have been able to declare that the card on the right was the Joker. Even without Mion's taunting, the one on the right was the most suspicious. But it wasn't it a bit too rash to decide based solely on Satoko's reaction? More carefully. Ah, I remember now. That mark, the left card. No doubt about it. The 7 of clubs.
きっとクローバーの7だね。
I've won. The card on the left was the 7 of clubs. So that meant the card on the right was the Joker. And then just before my hand touched the right card, I froze.
さすがミオンだよ。
There was a wave of murmurs among the onlookers at my sudden halt, right before I confirmed the right card was the Joker.
ケイイチさんは何を言ってるのでございましょう。だって左 C です。
へえ、ケイちゃんはどうして右がジョーカーじゃないって確信できるの？
Mion let loose an unexpected question. Everyone else was baffled.
右のカードが何かは俺にもわからないさ。だが左のカードがクローバーの7だってことだけはわかる。
じゃあ残る右のカードがジョーカーなのじゃありませんこと？必ず左右どっちかがジョーカーという約束でしょ？
ああ、左右のどっちかにジョーカーがあるのは本当だろうな。
ケイイチは勘がいいです。リカちゃん、それってどういう？
つまりさ、クローバーの7はさっき俺がサトコのスペードの7と合わせて捨てたカードなんだよ。
Everyone's attention snapped at the discard pile at the same time. The truth of the matter couldn't be discerned from that sloppy pile.
つまりミオンは捨て札を1枚拾って左のカードに重ねている。つまり
そうか、わかった。左のカードをクローバーの7に見せかけているんだね。
It was the first time since the start of the match that a shadow ran across Mion's expression, and I didn't let that slip by. Then, with a grand flourish, I declared it loudly.
ジョーカーは左手だ!
What did you miss? Last thing I remember was seeing one of the girls rapidly punching the protag and someone else. Man, you missed a lot. Okay. Trying to sum it up. Not a whole lot has happened in terms of important stuff, but the most important was that Keiichi is learning about this thing, a dam project in Hinamizawa that once happened, in which the citizens of Hinamizawa rebelled because they didn't want to get kicked out of their homes for the sake of this dam. And they, presumably somebody murdered one of the construction workers, dismembering them, and not all of the body parts were ever found. So, a little bit of dark stuff. If you kick Shinji in the balls, will he become an opera singer? No. He'll just be a talentless, high-pitched guy. It was an intense moment. That 1 second felt like an eternity for everyone there. Breaking that silence, the first one to speak was Mion.
初代部長として私も様々なプレイングを見てきたけど、ケイちゃん、あんたはベストオブザベストオブザベスト。
That was probably the greatest compliment Mion could give. Mion accepted her defeat, dropping the cards from both hands. My comeback victory! Rika-chan placed her hand on my head and began petting it, congratulating me on my victory.
リカちゃんか？
Rena and Satoko gaped at us as if they had seen a ghost.
なんだよレナ。別に俺はインチキしてないだろ。先生堂々と。
リカは慰めるときにしか頭を撫でませんの。
Oh. Huh? What's the meaning of that moment? Rena let out a small shriek.
ケイイチくん、こんなことって。
ケイちゃんならさ、ここまで読んでくれると。
Everyone froze. No, it was just
だ
me.
けだった。ケイちゃんがおてんばさんの早とちりだったなら、負けてたのは私だった。
It was the answer everyone was certain about. Mion picked up the card from the losing
ケ
hand.
イちゃんはさ、この負けを誇っていいよ。
She turned it around. That was the card that proclaimed the victor of this duel. The card under the 7 of clubs. Unbelievable. It was the 2 of diamonds. It was a setup. Behind the setup. If I just picked the right one without reading so deeply into it.
園崎ミオンの名において、前原圭一、 あんたの我が部への入部を許可する。
As I slumped to my knees, dazed, everyone let out a round applause for the excellent effort I gave despite my defeat.
これにて決着。本日の優勝は私、園崎美音。栄えあるビリは前原圭一。
What do you mean he sounds like a meme? Everyone made a commotion, applauding cheerfully. I felt I was bested, but I was also so soundly beaten that it unexpectedly felt rather refreshing.
みーちゃんが後ろ手で細工した時、またやるんだって思ってドキドキしちゃった。ケイイチさんが正解に触れる直前で止まった時にはかかったって思いましたわ。見事に引っかかってくれましたです。
Huh? Hey, wait. All of them knew from the start and still got so excited so earnestly?
楽しくなるようにみんなで盛り上げましたですよ。
You.
お前らみんな鬼だ。人手なし。
さて、ケイちゃんに罰ゲームだね。今日は部活の初日だしね。ソフトに行こうかね。いきなり登校拒否になられちゃ困るし。
The other three members held down my arms and shoulders firmly. Mion approached, licking her lips. Her right hand went to pull something out of her pocket. That's a felt-tip marker. And it's a giant permanent one.
さて、行くよ。
She took the cap off the marker and brought it slowly to my face while I was immobilized.
いや、やめろ。
I let out my death throes. The idea of Mion being kind of difficult to discern or interpret is a good moment of character development for her if you learn later on. That you'd never know what's really true regarding her. At least at first. As soon as the club activities were finished, Rana flew off. Probably so she could dig out that cute Colonel Randy that she wasn't able to take home yesterday. So today it was just Mion and me walking home together. A rather rare occurrence.
宝の山か。捨ててる連中もまさかレナに感謝されてるとは夢にも思わないだろうね。
Mountain of treasure, meaning that damn construction site from before. Oh, right. Mion would probably tell me. What is the greatest anime of all time? Man, I don't have like a greatest. I just have a bunch of ones that I really, really love. That might as well be the greatest. Violet Evergarden is certainly one of them. I do love me my Fate stuff, of course. That murder by dismemberment that seemed to have happened here.
あそこさ、ダムの工事現場。なんかあったんだろ？昔。
そりゃあったよ、戦いが。座り込みやったりデモをやったり。
It was a bit different from what I wanted to hear, but I decided I'd listen just the same.
自分たちの土地がダム湖に沈むんだもんな。
Ari-chan's back. Okay, so you're probably fairly familiar with what may have happened in the meantime, but
Give me the gist.
we went to the construction site with the whole junk pile.
Sure.
And
Kind of KFC man.
yes, Colonel Randy or something they call it here. And she wants to pick that up, but while he was there, he met Tomitake, the photographer guy.
Yep.
And learned about the dam incident, the whole dam fight. Hinamizawa was going to be damned, and the villagers were like, no!
No.
Yeah, okay, yeah, their town is going to be sunk into the dam reservoir, and so somebody got murdered, dismembered on the construction team, but not all the pieces have ever been found.
俺だって戦うだろうな。
役人どもは本当に一方的だった。偉そうで威張っ
And
て
of course, Rana was like, nothing happened. Like, very assertively.
Yeah, of course not. Why would anything happen?
Yeah, yeah.
おかえり。
金で解決できないと悟ると、あらゆる嫌がらせをしてきたんだよ。いやらしい奴らだった。
Mion spoke excitedly as if the whole thing was happening right in front of her.
よく勝てたな。相手は国だろ。
村長や村の有力者たちがね、方々に陳情した。
イエーイ。
東京にも行ったし、いろんな政治家に根回しもした。そうしてるうちに
Doing the dirty
計
work.
画は撤回されたんだよ。私たちの完全勝利だった。
暴力沙汰とかにはならなかったのか？傷害事件とか殺人。
Well, Sanders is the real guy. I'm talking about the fake version they made up as a joke for Higurashi. To avoid copyright and shit. She promptly cut me off. The same as Reina had. Her words signaled the end of discussion. Tomitake-san said, one arm wasn't found in the incident. I thought that a murder was dismembered. Murder by dismemberment had occurred, but I guess I was wrong. My curiosity unsated, I sighed dejectedly inside.
じゃあね。また明日ね。
She's like, stop
ケイちゃん
asking
それ
stupid questions.
うちに帰るまで消しちゃダメだからね。
わかってるよ。消さねえよ。
Mion held back her laughter while stealing glances at my face. I wonder what kind of nasty doodles they drew. He lost a card game, and that was his punishment.
Oh, right.
Damn you, Mion. You shall rue this day. If our roles are ever reversed, I'm going to go all out. All over your face so you won't be able to take it off, even with a scouring pad.
Eee. God. It's horrifying. It's like a tattoo.
Upon arriving home, I ran straight into my mom, embarrassing myself yet again. The mood I'd come home to was already on edge. It's not an uncommon thing in our family. Whenever Dad can't come up with a good idea, it always ends up like this. He stomps around the house with his arms crossed. Mom whispered into my ear.
帰りケイチ。お父さん大変そうだからそっとしてあげてね。
What's wrong with Daddy, yo?
Well, he's the painter, and he's got painter's block.
今回は締め切りが重なったからね。
Oh, no.
お父さん充電期間がないと大変だから。
If a zombie apocalypse happened in Fade, which servants would make a good team? I think someone's already asked me this, but I think Mashu would be great. Shields can be very good at keeping the biteys away.
Yeah.
Especially a big-ass shield like that.
Well, I would just say Semiramis, because you could just hang out in her, like, giant fortress forever.
That's a good... Well, maybe not forever, but certainly while her Noble Phantasm was activated, you could just float above all the Zomzoms. And then nuke it from orbit. No. It's the only way to be sure. The only anime I watch in dub is Death Note, and if you play Dead Rising 2, the boss Slappy is the voice actor for Light in Death Note. Interesting, did not know that. Because I don't play Dead Rising, but yeah. Dad's paintings feed our entire family. If he runs out of ideas, then it's the end of the Maebaras. We've never gone hungry before. Could it be that my dad is a master painter?
家の中をうろうろしないで
Yes, Ku
表
would
に散
die
歩でも行った方が
immediately.
アイデアが出るんじゃねえの
Absolutely.
今回は生活空間がテーマだからお父さんこの家をモチーフにしたいみたい。
That's quite a bothersome motif.
エイジ、部屋の中を少しは片付けなさい。
ごめん後で片付けるよ。
Oh, come on, please don't use my room as the motif.
ケイチ、お夕飯までまだ時間があるから表でも散歩してらっしゃい。
Dad's moods are only temporary. As soon as he gets an idea, his mood improves and he starts humming. Until then, it wouldn't be a bad idea to just go take a walk so I don't aggravate him further.
じゃあそうするかな。
Would Waver be good? I don't know, man. Probably not, honestly. Anya is super cute and adorable, yes. Emiya versus Emiya Alter? I feel like Emiya Alter would pull out all the stops and do some darker shit to win. Just not giving a shit, so maybe based on that he could win. Imagine you are minding your own business and you see a blue armored man get ganged up by some random zombies from the supermarket. Yeah.
Oh, that'd be so sad. But probably would happen.
Would Arash be good? If you could keep him alive.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, if you want
If he is the nuke from orbit, then sure. I said I was going to take a walk, but I didn't have any particular destination in mind. I just needed to kill some time. I got on my bike and pondered where to go. I could just go read at the bookstore, but it would take about an hour by bike to get to town. It would be dark by the time I got back, so I didn't want to go unless I had to. The roads at night here in Hinamizawa creep me out. If Mion and Satoko ever found out about that... I smiled wryly. Oh yeah. Reino is probably still at the Mountain of Treasure, the damn construction site. The excavation of Colonel Randy was probably taking her a while. It wouldn't be so bad to have her owe me one.
次の部活の時に恩返ししてもらえるかもしれないしな。
With a little bit of self-interest in mind, I set off towards the damn construction site. Is it a goddamn?
It's a gas.
Tomitake-san might be there as well. The only person with information about the incident that both Rana and Mion denied knowing anything about. If I met him again, I'd like to ask for more details. To ask, was there really a dismemberment here in Hinamizawa? That was my real intention. Nice bridge.
I have to pee.
Who? What?
That's the running water.
Oh. I spotted Rena struggling up the slope of the garbage pile. It looked like Colonel Randy was lodged in there pretty firmly. It didn't look like Rena would be able to excavate it by herself. Realizing that Tomitake-san wasn't around, I began climbing down the slope unsteadily.
よーレナ、精が出ますな。
ケイチくん、どうしたのこんなところへ。
A place like this, huh? I see. She was aware of it at least.
事故発生の緊急通報を受け参上しました。負傷者はどこでありますか？
事故って
ランディ君人形がゴミ山に生き埋めになっているとの通報でしたが。
なんだ、びっくりした。ケイチくん脅かさないでよ。
冗談だよ。レナが一人で困ってるだろうなって思ってさ、手伝いに来てやったんだよ。
レナのために。
Well, I filled my quota for today. If I don't see Rena blush at least once a day, then I'm not getting my daily required nutritional intake.
冗談だよ。こっちまで恥ずかしくなるだろう。
Do me to now.
どこからだろう。
That's funny.
I just ignored her bewilderment.
俺どいたどいた。で、どこだよ、ランディ君は。
ごめん。
It seems like the people from the church have a pretty good experience with the Zomzoms. So maybe any of the people like Amaku Sushiro.
ほら、この隙間から見える？
こりゃ本当に生き埋めだな。
Now, anyone with a motorcycle would be good. So we got like, Kintoki, ram through them and just go.
Maybe, but you could also get someone with a car.
Yeah. Haka.
Yeah, the Berserker would do the trick. And his swing probably has such a good radius that it would keep things away.
Probably.
And you could stay high up on top of his back. Assuming the servants could not also become zombies, who knows?
That would suck.
Yeah, if the servants could become Zomzoms, then you wouldn't want to get close to him at all.
Yeah, then in that case, definitely.
The Colonel Randy was sideways, surrounded by boards and other construction materials, like they were caging him inside. According to Reina, it wasn't like this yesterday. It seems as though another illegal dumper came yesterday, dumped again, and now he's buried like this.
Aw.
Took a dump on his face.
その細い腕で。
There's no way she'd be able to do that with her slender arms.
でも、ランディ君人形かいいんだもん。
Yeah, he would be just so disgusted by the zombies. He probably wouldn't get anywhere near them. He'd be like, no, this is not a job for me, mongrels. Like, do something else.
If Reyna gave up on this Colonel Randy, she'll probably start devising a plan to steal the one in front of the store. As Reyna's guardian, I won't allow her to sully her hands with crime.
どいてろよ
Just wait for it. You'll have to wait a while, but yeah.
Yeah.
Reyna blushed again, but this time I left it alone. The pile was enormous. Also, the more days we wasted, the more likely another illegal dumping would occur. If it got buried any deeper, there would be nothing that could be done.
ケイチ君、レナも手伝えるよ。手伝わせて。
Easy.
Yeah, Marvel did do a zombie thing, didn't they?
帰って邪魔になるから下がってろって
I'm okay. I just had a chickle.
Are you okay?
よいしょ
I'm okay, Ari.
Danny, are you okay? Did you tell us that you're okay?
Pulling out scraps, bending them, tossing them aside, I quickly became covered in sweat and dust.
Ugh, that's the worst combination.
Flying objects drew beautiful arcs toward the twilight sky, one after another. Yeet! 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 Damn it! No matter how much I threw out, there was still more. Even though I could see Colonel Randy right there.
Colonel Randy.
After grandstanding like that in front of Reyna, I felt frantic because of how little I had progressed.
本気でやるなら
Chair.
斧とかノコギリとかがいるかもしれねえな
You need an axe or something. Jeez.
Oh shit. Don't handle
も
any
ういい
sharp
よ、
objects.
ケイチ君。すごい汗だよ。そんな無理しなくてもいいよ。
レナのためにやってるだけだ気にするな
Yeah, different zombie stories have different rules on how the zombies work. Probably the worst case would be like the 28 days style, where
They're
just like,
fast.
well, they're fast and all you need is like a little bit of their DNA in there.
True.
It's like that dude who got the blood drop in his eye. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, that's it, you're dead.
Yep, pretty much.
Reyna began sputtering and turned beet red. Some of them are allowed to be covered in blood and it doesn't matter. As long as they don't get bit. Like literally, as if that makes any genetic sense. I meant to
Saliva.
Sure, but blood is probably more important than that. Because you can get diseases from blood faster than saliva.
I don't know about that.
I don't know, maybe.
STDs.
Did anyone know... Did anyone you know see Doctor Strange 2? Not quite.
Nope, not yet. We saw the movie with Nicolas Cage and Pedro Pascal, though.
A double-headed axe. Headed axe would be best in that case.
Yeah.
Train to Busan zombies aren't too bad compared to other zombies. They're more manageable.
Oh my god, Taiga? Yeah, that'd be insane. Ooh, blue.
Oh, whoops. I meant to say I was trying my best as to keep her from becoming a criminal. Oh well. I love that movie.
さすがに休憩こいつは手強いぜ
I sprawled on my back over the grassy slope.
ごめんね。ごめんね。すごい汗だく。
Reyna patted her handkerchief against my forehead.
Oh.
It felt pretty nice.
あのさ、ちょっとここで休んでてね。私、家近いから、麦茶とか持ってきてあげるね。
Barley tea. Leaving the handkerchief on my forehead, Reyna took off running. The cries of the Higurashi gently cooled the air. After I was certain that Reyna was gone, I picked myself up and headed towards what I'd discovered earlier. That was a garbage pile of magazines and newspapers bound up in twine. Unless I'm mistaken, I believe it was around here. There it was. Train to Busan was Korean, yeah.
Pretty good movie. I liked it. I hear they're making like a remake of it, which is very sad.
That doesn't make any sense.
Right, because it's not in Busan anymore. It's like in America.
Well, no, okay, an American remake is stupid.
Yeah. And then there's the completely other one with is it Leonardo DiCaprio or Brad Pitt? I can't remember. It's somebody on a Shinkansen like the entire time, which actually looks amazing.
Well, that doesn't seem like it's trying to mimic or copy anything. It's
No, it's not. It's just like literally, it's like Snake on a Plane, but Shinkansen, and there's just a bunch of like yakuza.
Yeah, they're not zombies.
It looks awesome.
There it was. They were bound stacks of not-so-reputable tabloids. They were stacked chronologically, going back quite a few years. It was quite a disturbing incident. They still haven't found one of the arms. If it was just as Tomitake-san said, then undoubtedly there would be mention of the murder. These are troubled times. There is no end to these sickening incidents. There's a large part of society drawn in by these incidents as well. So it had to be recorded, somewhere. I unfastened the packages and opened up the rain-soaked pages carefully, looking over the table of contents. Not here. Next one. Not here. Next one. It was hard to search inside since I didn't know when it happened. I didn't know who the perpetrator or the victim was either.
That doesn't help.
I only knew it had happened here. I looked up every so often, checking to see if Rena had come back or not. I wouldn't want her to see me gawking at a dirty magazine, but it wasn't just that. Both Rena and Mion said they didn't know. But it had happened, without a doubt. As long as Tomitake-san wasn't lying. Then if both Rena and Mion... Ah, yeah, there was. If they had just said that, then I wouldn't have gotten so hung up on it. An incident that neither Rena nor Mion wished to talk about. Trying to uncover it as they tried to conceal it out of good intentions. That made me feel like I was acting against my friends. Hinamizawa dam worker lynching. Murder by dismemberment. Yoshi! Here it is. The featured article was in the back, and it seemed like there was a photograph in the colored pages at the front. The pages of the featured article were stuck together and weren't easy to open. Reina could return at any moment. Feeling rushed, I gave up and opened the photograph page. The police investigators were carrying a body bag, and newspaper reporters were all bathing in camera flashes. The image was blurry and hard to understand, but I could definitely make out the headlines. A tragic nightmare at the Hinamizawa construction site. Lynching and murder/dismemberment. The victim of the site was the site foreman. He had assaulted his assailants daily with an explosive backlash from his daily actions. It's a horrible image to see the site foreman as it happened. It really did happen. It seemed the details were on the next page. I turned the page without pausing. On it was... The assailants butchered the victim's body with hatchets and something, then used an axe to split the cadaver into 6 pieces. The head, arms, legs, and torso. I could understand just from the headline that it was just too terrible an incident. Normally a lynching is just assault and murder, right? Dismemberment with hatchets and pickaxes? That wasn't a lynching. It was a merciless killing to the letter, a brutal murder. Done by a group of people, with hatchets, with pickaxes, with a hatchet.
Oh my.
驚いたかな。驚いたかな。
Oh, and by the way, yes, Japan actually might be opening up pretty soon because the Prime Minister announced that he might be saying that they're going to relax travel restrictions in June. So, crossing fingers. That would be amazing.
Okay, would you rather fight 28 Days Later zombies or Left 4 Dead zombies? I don't know the Left 4 Dead ones, but I certainly wouldn't want the 28 days. Okay. You gonna do some errands, G-Lum? Have at it. Rena dropped the hatchet she was holding onto the She was holding onto the grass after being startled by my voice.
Why were you carrying a
ケイチ君ね、
hatchet?
さっきほら斧とかがあると便利だって言ったじゃない。それでね、レナ、物置からちゃんとナタ持ってきたんだよ。
Rena fluttered her arms in a panic, continuing to explain and apologize. It seemed I'd been glaring at her pretty intensely.
ごめん。ちょっとオーバーに驚きすぎたかな。
こっちこそごめんね。ごめんね。
Night was drawing close. I was pretty worn out, and it wouldn't hurt to do the rest
最後
tomorrow.
の針はそのナタじゃないと壊せそうにない。せっかく持ってきてくれたんだし、明日借りるよ。な。何しょんぼりしてるんだよ。明日にはランディ君が掘り出せるんだぜ。
そう だよね
Do I like Nobukatsu? I guess. I'm not a huge fan of like any of the Nobu stuff at all, to be perfectly honest. It's funny as a joke, but when they try to make me take it seriously, I'm just like, no, I can't. Not after what you've done.
早くランディ君をお持ち帰りしたい
We both knew that it was useless to apologize any more than that. I quenched my thirst with the barley tea Ren had brought and wiped out the sweat. Because, I mean, it's like, how many times have we had to gone back and, like, relearn all of Nobu's story and all the weird shit that happened at that time of history? It's like, if she had, like, one event that was solid and referred to all of her past and dealt with all that shit, I'd be okay with that. But we've had, like, more than I can count. We took the path to head home. I felt quite guilty about the tabloid wrapped up in my jacket. Would you rather fight Juo, the Grudge, or 28 Ladies Later Zombies? I'd probably rather fight the Grudge.
Because you just use rock salt and iron and just blow them to bits. It's fine.
What are you talking, like?
Supernatural.
Yeah.
Yeah, ghosts are easy. Ghosts are easy. When the zombies don't give a flying fuck about barriers.
Okay, the tips just seem really redundant at this point. And the story's so fucking long that we should just move on with it. To get to the good stuff. What are you doing? Oh.
You're playing with the cat.
The function of the school as an educational facility is very questionable. Our PE class is exceptionally disorganized. The only things we do together are the warm-ups at the start. The teacher isn't even there after that. All we do is play together.
仕方ないじゃん。年齢も性別もバラバラだし。
一応ね、体育の時間は校庭で体を動かすのだけが決まりなの。
Well, they certainly are being active. They might be getting plenty of exercise, but...
きっと教育委員会はこの学校を見落としてるんだろうな。
お待たせしましたです。さーてご一同様、今日の体育は何をいたしましょう。
おっしゃ。これでいつものメンバー全員集合だな。
Is the Gouda Gouda event similar to Fate Redline? Fate Redline is like a version of it that like actually takes that shit seriously, so I haven't actually read it yet, and I probably would like it if I did. What's worse, fighting Muzan or fighting Shinji? Who the fuck is Muzan?
やるのかな。
Mion harumphed and crossed her arms haughtily, surveying the area.
瞬発力と持久力
It's a great word.
スポーツの世界においては仲間などいない。すべてがライバル。信じられるのは己の肉体のみ。
なんだそりゃ。漫画の読みすぎだろ。
てわけで温故知新。古いながらもすべての要素を詰め込んだ屋外乱戦の
Melee events.
鬼ごっこでいこう。
Onigokko! Yee! It was quite the adorable choice to make after playing it up so much.
望むところですわ。ノロマナケイチさんは家の一番に鬼ですの。僕だって負けませんです。レナも頑張るも
That
の。
phrase
今
is
日は負けないぞ。
なんでお前らそんなにやる気満々なんだよ。
Jesus Christ.
The second of the new anime.
Yes.
海賊大
Oh, Muzan, the Demon Slayer main... Well, of course I'd rather beat up Shinji than that.
God, Muzan would like kill him like instantly.
Presumably.
Yeah.
Unless you have them super breathing techniques.
Mm-hmm.
じ
Even
ゃ
with them.
あこれ部活なのかよ。
Even with them.
Everyone smirked at each other. They all seemed pretty confident. I'm a man. Physically, I should be able to keep up with any girls my own age. Regardless, Mion and Satoko looked like they were aiming for victory, and Rena was looking at me as if pitying my disadvantage.
上等だぜ。鬼ごっこ。乗ってやらー。
My yell echoed across the school grounds. These were the rules. Anyone who was able to evade being tagged before the bell was a winner. But we didn't switch who was it. The ones who were tagged by it also became it, so zombie tag. So the number of people who are it could increase exponentially. The endgame would become a hellish siege.
ここいらではこの遊びのことゾンビ鬼って呼んでるけどね。
なるほど。食われた
Funny
や
you
つは
guys talk about
ゾンビ化す
zombies,
るからな。
but yeah.
It's a zombie.
なんでそんな
Oh yeah, what do they look like in their
怖
school
いんだ
uniforms?
ろう
Wait, whoops, we have to wait for her to stop talking before I can do that. There.
Ugh, those eyes. Those eyes. They're so bad.
Especially Mion's.
Ugh.
Rena's, like, I kinda get, but it's just not right.
レナを捕まえたら
It's not
When
me.
Dean Stay Night does a better job, well, not Dean Stay Night, but Studio Dean does a better job with their lazy ass art style for these characters than this, it's pretty embarrassing
Yeah, it is.
as far as making them expressive and having the right expressions on them.
No, it's not that hard. to
What's
do.
gross? Oh. What? Oh, tear out her entrails while she's still alive. Oh, because you're a
Oh.
zombie.
Yikes.
Yum yum. Is there a way to fix that? The eyes? You can't fix that. That's just the art.
That's just
This
the
is
art.
this is the better art style that you can choose.
It's just someone looked at that and went, yeah, that looks fine. Let's put that in the game. Which kind of makes me really sad. It's like, how could you possibly think that that's done?
You have a question about notifications, like how come sometimes when you upload a video, I sometimes don't go notified until an hour or so? Well, that really depends. I don't really know what it looks like on your screen when you get that. My videos are unlisted as early access to all of the people who pay the $5 and up for early access. For usually at least a week or so, some videos can be up there for a couple of weeks before they finally go public. And I do it at like 10 a.m. My time is when I upload the videos. So, or I make them public. And they should send you that notification at that time. If they
But-
don't, then there's a huge problem with that.
Well, it also could be like sometimes I get notifications like grouped together on my phone if there's too many of them. So, for example, I don't get immediate notifications if there's too many other things that it's tracking. So I would
Yeah.
definitely just check your notifications on your phone or your computer, kind of, or your email, kind of however you get them, because sometimes that's how they do, and it's dumb.
Can you fix the eyes with an AA-12? What the fuck is an AA-12? Is that a gun? Rika-chan placed her hand on
Jesus
Rena's head as she
Christ.
panicked.
大丈夫です圭一に食われる前に僕が優しく食べてあげますです
I know, when it goes public, though, I can't tell how long after I hit public and save that you get the notification.
Yeah, that part is not controllable.
Would you rather be in Saw or World War Z Zombies? In general, I'd rather be in the world of Saw because it's still a fairly isolated incident in the whole world's scheme of things. Whereas in World War Z, like, everyone's gonna deal with a zombie. But if I were one of the people involved with Jigsaw, then hell no.
Yeah, because then there's like almost no escape from that at all.
Well, what exactly are they doing with the NFTs? I know they've declared their intention to research on them, but have they started selling them? Because, I don't know.
Square?
Square Enix?
Oh, Jesus.
Oh yeah, no, they
かそれは全然慰めに
they
な
do
って
not have the
ませ
right
ん
priorities right now.
No, like,
Both Mion and
blockchain
I noted.
technology seems like it's something that's like as misunderstood as what the internet
最
was
初の
back
鬼
in like the
ゾンビ
80s.
はどうやって決める
So who knows, but
じゃんけん
the
か
NFTs specifically are stupid because again they're
一
undermining
応
the
授
idea
業
of
時
like
間だからね
produced art.
問題で決めよう
Yeah, it's
問
it's
題を
messed
出す
up.
から答えられなかったやつがゾンビ
Well, yeah, Saw is full of death traps, but you might just be some ordinary dude in a completely different country on that world, you know what I mean? And therefore, the people suffering from Jigsaw are just those select people. Try to check the notifications more often so that when they show up, I guess, maybe you'll get... I don't know, it's hard to say.
Well, you can also say like what time of day you post it because there's like literally a time of day on the public.
Well,
where it actually-
SSJ group, what you could do is post a comment as soon as you get the notification, stating when and what time zone you got it. That would be interesting to research. Because then I can look into it.
Yeah. But also, but what time of day on Mountain Time do you usually upload public?
Like I said, 10 a.m. MST.
Mm-hmm.
But I can do the comparison if they tell me their thing. I was going to do the work.
True. No, absolutely. Just saying, if it doesn't work, worst case scenario, you can always take a look around that time, and then they should be around.
Xenogears NFTs. It's like, I already have Xenogears Perfect Works. That's an amazing book. I'll buy that a million times before I buy an NFT of it. But yeah. I have no idea which grade level they're coming from. No, they censor stuff. When they remake it, they... Yeah. Does the Japanese word Roku mean? What? Huh? I was bewildered by the sudden question. Mion repeated it.
だから答えるの。6は英語で。
Oh, it's Roku in English.
6だ。
なら靴下は。
Shitsa socks.
Really?
Socks. Kutsushita. Under the shoes.
Under the shoes.
Under the shoes.
Yeah, because I know shita, shitapa, shitapai, under boob, shitapai. But kutsu, I didn't realize.
Yeah.
I don't know, like, the basics. I know weird vocabulary.
Yee.
Sokusu
アル
kariba.
ファベットの後ろから3つ目。
Full Metal Alchemist getting 2 new live-action movies. I'm surprised that they found that they had the budget for that after how crappy the first one was. That was so bad, I don't really care to revisit it. They had their chance.
X ですよ。
Wait, what's X?
The third to last letter of the alphabet.
Oh. Crazy.
では性別は英語で。
Seibetsu?
Don't know.
もちろんわかりますわ。それは
Satoko cut herself off before finishing the answer. I see, it's quite a lewd question.
Oh, no.
Is it?
さとこは大人だもんね。知らないわけはないよね。
Does that have something to do with the upload or notifs when it comes to your time zone? It shouldn't.
No, it should just come through.
I'm just saying, like, 10 a.m. for me
is when he pushes the button.
is when I press the button, and yours should line up very closely with that.
So if you're Eastern
in your
time,
own.
it'll be 12 noon Eastern time when you should check to see the videos come up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
知ってます
Do I would certainly believe YouTube is screwing me over on notifications. Absolutely.
知ってるもん。
I feel like I can never get even a portion of my subscribers to even look at my shit. It sucks.
あれだよ。あれ。あれは英語で。
はあ、さとこちゃん困ってる。かい
Would you rather be in the thing or Ringu? Oh my god. Or Ringu and One Missed Call? I don't know which one Missed Call is, but Ringu I'd take over the thing any day. The thing is, you don't even know if it's there.
God, no.
If I didn't nip it in the bud, she really might have tried to take her home. Mion's pursuit was relentless, making Satoko stammer.
さあさあさあ言ってごらんよ大声で。あれは英語で何という。
Say it.
知ってるもん。知ってるもん。知ってるもん。だからザットですよ。ザット。
That means a previously indicated person, thing, or event. What?
は
All of us are a bit surprised by Rika-chan's unexpected answer. Well, it certainly is what that means. That could have been awkward. I wonder what I could have done in Satoko's position, or what I would have done. I'd probably get ticked off and just blurt out you-know-what at the top of my lungs. I wouldn't want you as my enemy, Mion Sonozaki. Thank goodness you were born a girl. If you were a boy, you'd probably be a perverted asshole.
仕方ありませんわね。
The thing, is it the basis of Among Us? Hell, no. Well, it has that element of being suspicious of the people around you, but not nearly as freaky.
不詳、この北条さとこがゾンビ役を務めさせてもらいますわ。 みんな食い殺してやりますですな。
I haven't seen World War Z. Seems like she's raring to go.
100数えればいいんですの。
100数えるのはズルするやつがいるからな。俺の問題が解けたら追ってよし。
ケイチくん、簡単なのにしてあげてね。
5分の1のケーキと6分の1のケーキと7分の1のケーキを一皿に乗せました。
分母が違いますですの。
Satoko grabbed a stick in a panic and began drawing a cake in fractions on the
ケー
ground.
キ1個を60秒で食べられるサトコがそれを全部食べるとお皿にはケーキがいくつ残っているでしょう。
I want all the cake right now.
Eat one cake in 60 seconds, eats all of them. How many cakes are left on the plate? Just as I finished giving the word problem, Mion shouted.
よーいドン。
On Mion's signal, everyone but Satoko scattered.
ケイチくん、それ問題じゃないよね。
Well, if you want to be notified, and I can understand why people wouldn't, I do try to send out a lot of notifications these days because it helps with engagement. But if you're not into all that, but if you are wanting to be, again, you got to go through the whole bell thing. You go into the settings and you say, notify me of everything, and not just the stuff that I happen to be clicking on, because YouTube tries to make the decision for you whether you care about something, just because you've watched it once or twice, and it's like, you should at least have the option. If you subbed to somebody, that shit should be in your recommended, even if you haven't watched that person's videos in ages. Because you chose to sub to them. You know, it's pretty dumb.
Yeah.
Satoko had already lost the moment she started working it out. She's eating it all, so of course there's nothing left on the plate. Everyone dashed off in a direction they thought was best. Knowing the lay of the land, they probably headed right to the best spots. It was obvious I was at a disadvantage. At a time like this, it would have been more effective to go along with those trained in survival skills. Like Mion, for example. Danganronpa at least has anime girls. I don't think The Hills Have Eyes has that, so I'll take it. The fact that I didn't realize it at the start of the game probably hurt my chances. Glancing back over to the school grounds, I saw Satoko just rising up to start. She was really, really mad. She got tripped up on such a dumb question. I stood at one of the corners of the school. I had clear sightlines in two directions and would probably have a good response time if any zombies started closing in. For the time being, I caught my breath and focused on what I was trained to think during club activities yesterday. Now think calmly, Keiichi Maibara. If I were it, what would I do? Increasing my numbers would be the shortcut to victory. Then going after the weakest player first is the obvious plan of attack. Meaning me. Oh no!
さてケイチさんはどこでございましょう。逃がしませんことよ。
But of course,
That's Eddie Nine.
what would be the best method to track me down? Footprints or smell, or maybe some type of trail? If I could craftily hide my tracks, then there would be no trail for Satoko to follow. But I was no detective. Would I even be able to do that kind of thing in an amateur game like this?
見た？岡村。ケイチさんを見かけなかったでございませんこと？
What the heck? Do zombies hunt their prey by asking nicely where they went? Tomita-kun and Okumura-kun pointed at the location where I was hiding. After confirming she was headed in this direction, I abandoned my position. It wasn't easy to hide myself with all those little kids running around as they pleased. It was becoming even more obvious that I was at a disadvantage from not being familiar with these surroundings. If that's how it was going to be, then to confront this intelligence-gathering zombie, I'd just counter in a similar vein. I approached some girls playing with a ball.
すまんが伝言を頼まれてくれ。北条聡子にご両親が校門に来てるぞってな。
伝言。
It's not gonna work on her, though. Her parents aren't really... yeah.
いいよいいよ。
I stopped the girls as they turned to run
待
off.
て、まだ行くな。あと園崎美音にもだ。先生が校門のところで呼んでるぞって伝えてくれ。
I am quite the schemer if I do say so myself. If things went well, then Satoko and Mion would run into each other over at the gate. It would put me at a disadvantage if more people were it, but this was Mion we were talking about. She'd figure out a way to escape. I'm heading to bed, so good night, Dai. See ya, cool Kermit. Do you think YouTube has a secret gimmick that does something weird to everyone? I think YouTube has a gimmick to do things to individual channels it doesn't like. Such as anime channels that might get demonetized for the boobs and hating on the boob agenda.
The view.
Yep.
Messed up.
Yep. I wouldn't be surprised at all if they blacklisted stuff like that.
Fuck that shit.
But that was just fine, as long as it bought me more time. Dance for me, Mion and Satoko. In the palm of my hand. Having my fill of playing the con man, I looked for a place to hide. If you think about it logically, I only bought myself a scant amount of time, and it might even come back to bite me. Once it became apparent I'd started spreading false information through messengers, I could end up being the recipient of one of those messages. Satoko would probably ask the messengers to help her look for me. That would mean there would be more zombies than participants in the game.
Oh no.
The virus that was brought about by my mischief could cause an epidemic. All my classmates would transform into zombies, and would only be searching for me. This tactic might backfire horribly. While trembling at the thought of the impending dawn of the dead, I began searching for a safe house. I found a shed by the incinerator behind the school. After climbing up to the roof, I held my breath. It wasn't a bad place to hold out. Not only did I have a good line of sight, but if necessary, I could jump off in 3 different directions to escape. It was getting rowdy down there. The lower grades were running around below the shed. At least you can be an e-thought on Twitch, though, you know? Like,
Yeah.
I don't think they're as afraid of the anime boobs if they can let the real boobs out there, too.
Chill, chill.
いないね前原さん。そっちいた？
いない。圭一さんどこだろう。お父さんが校門に来てるのにね。
That was definitely a lie. The word gate, the same one I'd used, gave a hint of revenge. So Mion was behind this. I was still keeping one step ahead of the game. It felt bad for my underclassmen, but they'd have to search until the school bell.
ねえねえ、圭一さん知らない？
Ah, damn it, I got a bot. Speaking of the boobs, look what just jumped in. See, this is a different kind of thing. Yikes.
お母さんが急病で大変なんだって。前原さんに伝言だよ。家が火事だから急いで校門に来いって。
His house caught fire and he needs to head to the gate.
前
Right.
原さん家にジャンボ
A
機が
jumbo
墜落
jet
した
fell
ら
on
しい
top of
よ。
the residence.
警察が事情聴取に来てるって言ってた。
Anything goes now.
趣味は抱き枕のコレクションなんだって。
Say he has a collection of Dakimakura pillows. What?
夜な夜なベッドで抱きながら寝
Sleeps
て
them
る
at
って
night?
本当なの？
I mean, if I didn't have a cuddly puppy and a wife, I would cuddle with Dakis. They're comfy,
You do cuddle with
柔
them.
らかい感触が
Rarely.
たまんないって。
but only when you're like gone.
Aw.
No way I would
When you
do
take
that.
naps, when you
委員
take
長
naps.
の写真貼り付けたのも貼るらしいよ。
Only in this room, I guess. But I don't think I remember the last nap I took there. Well, no, I just use them for a headrest. Ah! This was your doing, Mion! Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. This is Mion's battle tactic to flush me out. Just hold on. If my underclassmen thought about it logically, they would know it's all nonsense. But small kids don't think about things logically. To them, all those things were true. So they all chuckled together while looking for me. I win, Mion. It's my victory. Wiping unrelenting tears away, I felt intoxicated by my own victory.
聞いた？転校生の前原さんって二次元萌えの人なんだって。
Nijigen. Into anime girls, that's a fair enough translation. 2D girls. The cost of beating Mion had too high of a price. Someone passed below. That's Rena and Rika-chan. You see a bunch of VTubers got bottled and had their channels banned? Yeah, but apparently, you know, their agencies are going to work with them to fix it, so it's not that big a deal. Twitch seems to favor their top streamers, yeah. Yeah, if you can make money for Twitch, then they don't really give a shit. That much is pretty fair.
そうそう。
リカちゃんはまだ無事かな。なんとか頑張ってますです。みーちゃんも鬼になっちゃったみたいなの。
Mion? It couldn't be. She'd become it because of my little strategy? This confirmed that Mion was behind this relentless message war. Then this wasn't good.
みーちゃんはなんとか巻いたけど、さとこちゃんは。さとこは土管のところを探してますから、ここはしばらくは安全ですよ。
Upon hearing that, I breathed a sigh of relief. While Rena was slumped on the ground breathing heavily, Rika-chan had started creeping up to her. Rika-chan doesn't normally make noise when she walks, but it's strange. It couldn't be.
リカちゃん？何かな？何かな？大丈夫ですよ。
I had never seen Rika-chan smile so creepily before.
なんで
You
近
ain't
寄
seen
ってくる
nothing
のか
yet.
な？来るのかな？
Oh yeah, they do a slap on the wrist thing to people like Pokimane. Because they can't possibly get rid of their cash cows.
リカちゃんはゾンビじゃないもん
They
ね。
could not do that.
怖くないです。
And it's become kind of a normal thing for the e-thoughts to like have a nip slip and get like a temporary suspension or a temporary ban. But by the time they come back, now everyone's watching to see if they might do it again, even though that's the whole gimmick. Belle Delphine is not on Twitter or YouTube.
I thought she came back.
I don't know. Doshite. Dad? Why? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could do that.
Okay.
I think the next time we hit a chapter mark, I'm gonna have to wrap it up for today. It's been pretty long.
Yeah, good though. It's been fun.
僕が優しく食べてあげます。
I knew it would be hours and hours before we got to any, like, real dark, murdery stuff. That's just how this novel is. You know what might be a lot worse is when a person who has a huge fan base weaponizes them to hurt a normal streamer or something. I mean, who would you give an example of that?
嘘だよね。リカちゃんがそんな。
Rena was pressed against the wall and Rika-chan lurched forward with both arms out like a
Oh,
zombie.
they're back.
Yeah. Well, it's a different one each time.
Yeah.
I tried to report them, but that doesn't really do much.
No.
Why are 1,000-year-old lollies and why are there? Does anime age matter? And 14-year-old Onikakushi acts like 18-year-olds. Okay, that's grammatically nightmarish. Why are there 1,000-year-old lollies? Because it's fascinating. There's this element of surprise when you take somebody to be really, really young looking, but you find out they're really, really old. That in itself, I don't think is inherently there to try and justify someone being attracted to a loli. I just think it's somebody being like, holy shit. You know, like the anime Gate. Gate was pretty good about doing that when, like, the Japanese government or whatever was interviewing Rori Mercury, and turned out she was, you know, the oldest person in the room, but they were all underestimating her. You know, that was kind of cool, because it was like a, oh, damn, snap kind of moment. Does anime girls' age matter? Most of the time, no. It depends on how she looks. And the problem is, there are some people who take characters that are, they look like they're 20 in anime, or 18, or 30 for that matter, and they're like, oh no, they all look like children. And that's wrong. So, yeah. And then, of course, there's the Japanese cultural thing, where I think the average Japanese 16-year-old is treated by their society more like we'd treat an 18-year-old in terms of maturity and stuff. So, yeah. Belle Delphine is kind of old news until she starts doing something crazy. You know? Like, otherwise she should just stick to her role. Doing lewd things, and people like to see that. I know Pokemon's been all pissy against It's a Gundam before. Because he made fun of her. And she tried to pull that false copyright flagging bullshit, even though he had every right to show a clip of her. Rina quaked with her back pushed up against the wall. It was quite a surreal scene of horror, like one of those zombie breakout videos you'd see. I mean, just looking at this picture of Rena, you know, we have two different art styles to represent her. That looks younger to me. The face looks younger, for sure.
Yeah.
Her boobies seem a bit more, like, plump, but I don't know. This one seems more mature and older to me, in terms of appearance, not actually knowing the character's age.
Yeah. The fluffy hair, because her head makes it look a lot bigger. She looks
But that doesn't necessarily mean that this is a depiction of a child in that regard, because it's just bigger eyes and shinier lights and stuff. It's like, you can't just say, oh, that means child. You can't.
No.
You can't. It doesn't work that way.
Nope. Anime is on a totally different scale here.
Zombie Rika-chan turned 180 degrees, exorcist style, and glared at me. Mion popped out from behind the cinder block wall around the garbage dump, also seeing where I was. My position was only advantageous when there was one zombie. Being surrounded was not as good. You said you located Kate. Oh wait, she already said that. I could tell that Satoko was rushing my way. It seemed that Rika-chan had let Reina escape, and now she was baring her fangs in my direction. Why are her boobs so pressed together? Well, if you have boobs, Succubus Sakura, I guess you could say that that's kind of weird. I don't know. If your arms are inward, don't they push the boobies together?
Yeah. But...
The three zombies circled in the shed. Yeah, I know. I see you, Ari-chan.
And demonstrating.
Yeah, they're very different. I saw Rena apologizing to me from across the schoolyard. An apology. Sorry. Leaving me for dead? Rena!
WTF.
I leapt off the roof out of fear, slipping as I landed. Satoko and Rika jumped on top of me, and after straddling me, they tickled me all over my body. Okay, Lin Li Ku, are you talking about Xenoblade Chronicles X controversy? You were uncomfortable with the bikini armor because of her confirmed age, but not the suit. She's wearing... Oh, she kind of looked like a uniboob? That's funny. Blame the shirt, I guess.
Yep, shirts can definitely cause you to boob.
No, I'm 100% for you being able to dress frickin' Lin Li Ku however the hell you want. That is not the right of anyone to censor, if Japan found it deemable to do so. Would I lewd Lin Li Ku? It depends on whether I interpret her as a child or whatever. She didn't look like much of one to me. She was younger, for sure. But then they take away your ability to make your own character have large breasts, which is like, wait, what? Do you want my character to be younger? I mean, not necessarily that it is a sign of that, but it just... They send mixed signals when they do stupid shit like that.
ってことはあとはレナか。チャイムまであと何分もないね。
のれレナよくも見殺しに
The feelings of a zombie. I understood how vengeful ghosts with lingering regrets felt.
かわいそうかわいそうです。でもこれでケイイチも仲間ですよ。
It felt like I'd been bitten by a vampire and was now one of their thralls, huh? It was a strange feeling, being welcomed over to the side that had pursued me.
ゾンビ鬼なかなか奥深し。
気取ってる場合じゃありませんわ。レナを捕まえるのですの。
Postulate. That's a big word for you.
もうすぐチャイムが鳴るよ。
To devour Rena, I, who had been turned into a demon of vengeance, needed to use any means necessary. Except I wasn't just a zombie. I was a master of the night. A vampire! Using the same trick that had tightened the noose around my own neck, I used my classmates to further my evil designs. I gathered up the lower grades from around the school
みん
grounds.
な聞いてくれ。レナが大変なんだ。今すぐレナを探し出してくれ。
前原さん家にジャンボ機が落っこちたことより大変なの？
Oh yeah, it had turned into that, hadn't it?
Oh god.
Mion whistled nonchalantly, trying to avoid the blame.
ああ、ジャンボ機なんか目じゃないぞ。レナン地に墜落したのはなんと小惑星だ。
Hey.
小惑星ですって？
ああ、宇宙人が作った装置でロシュの限界を解除し、まず1個落としたらしい。
So Chunibyo. Ridiculous.
まさか俺もそこまでやるとは思わなかった。しかも続いて今度は100個も。
To postulate is to, like, think, in another word, like, kind of,
Hypothesize.
yeah, put it into words, I guess, your thoughts and stuff. Add reasoning to something. Or consider the possibility of, I don't know. It's kind of, yeah. Like my waifu say, off the blood sea, she looks 17, but she's like 173 years old. I remember when I read these. Whack as fuck, that's so good. Is this the console version? It is... It's the 07 mod, so it's got, like, the best of everything, I guess. It's closest, probably, to the console mod. But if there is anything from the original that got censored out, it'll show, just without voice acting.
地球軍の完全な誤算だ。
The lower grades were dumbfounded, their eyes like saucers at the grand turn of events.
地球軍って私たち宇宙人と戦争でもしてるんですか？
このままでは地球は壊滅だ。しかしレナの放つ音速のマッハレナパンチなら小惑星を全て迎撃することができる。そう地球軍のトップエース、それがリュウグウレナなのだ。
すごい。やっぱり上級生は私たちと違うんだ。
It seemed I'd make them fully understand that the fight for Earth was lost without Rena.
さあチレ、同志諸君、レナを探し出すのだ。
My comrades in the lowest grades let out an enthusiastic cheer and dashed off in various directions around the school grounds. Huh? There was still one person who hadn't
で
gone.
もたとえレナさんでも月を押し戻すことなんてできる？
心配無用だ。つい先日もレナは地球に激突するはずの水星爆弾を
A comet
一つ
bomb.
弾き飛ばしている。
Oh god.
小惑星の100個や200個くらい音速を超える高速のパンチで一撃だ。
リュウグウさんってすごいんだ。
Satisfied with that, she also rushed off to look for Rena. It does seem like there are some promising up-and-comers amongst the youngsters.
ケイちゃんの才能をおじさんは改めて知ったよ。
It didn't really feel like she was complimenting me, but whatever.
しかしケイイチさんもやるでございますわね。これは頼もしいですわ。
でもこの人数なら勝てる。これだけいれば勝てるよ。
ケイイチは ゾンビに立候補した方が良かったと思いましたです。
Rika-chan's words stung a bit, but I'd let it slide for now. Not even Rena would be able to escape the entire class. As a result of everyone's thorough search, Rena was finally cornered in the back of the sports equipment shed.
怖いよみんな。
Will you livestream Higurashi more later? Yeah, I'll put it up as a vote to see if people want to do that versus other things on the list.
ケイチ君まで。怖いよ。
It probably was scary being chased around by the entire student body. All the lower grades closed in on Rena, saying she was the only one who could save the world.
みんなが何を言ってるのかわかんないよ。レナはパンチで小惑星なんか破壊できないよ。
レナ、さっきはよくも見捨てたな。覚悟はできてるだろうな。
さっきはごめんねケイチ君。だって仕方なかったんだもん。おとなしく食い尽くされるでございますの。
Yeah, we'll see based on the voting.
みんなで仲良しですよ。
さあレナ、念仏でも唱えな。
Do you send your schedule to Discord? No. What do you mean send my schedule? I do... okay, so if you're on my Discord, you will get notification pings for all of my videos and other cool stuff. So if you're having a problem with getting notifications through YouTube, that's probably the easiest way to guarantee you get them, because Discord is way the hell better about doing that. Whatever you end up streaming next, it'll be there. Thank you, Succubus Sakura. What you waifu ages that act older than they look? I'm sorry, but I don't know how to answer that. I'm not sure what question is actually being asked. Rena had stumbled onto a mat, trembling with tears in her eyes. I closed in, associating the situation with a similar, particularly immoral one made by my pulse, quickened just a little bit. Satoko and Rika-chan were both wiggling their fingers. They probably wanted to tickle Rena. Rena, wanting no part of what she was about to have happen, went stiff with fear.
ケイチ君はみんなみたいなひどいことしないよね。
Discord cracking down on what? Hope there will be a Parasite Eve Chrysler run in the future. I'll still put that in the next poll.
さあどうかな。さて覚悟は決まったかな。
いいよ。ケイチ君なら。
Oh. Oh, damn. The face she made as she resigned herself to her fate made my heart skip a beat.
ケイチ君はひどいことしないってレナ信じてるし。
Body won't move. That had to be some sort of anti-zombie mantra. The second my sense of reason chimed in, the beast inside me died instantly. Here was the bell. Game over. Damn it!
やったやった生き残ったよ。
Discord cracking down on waifus? I have not seen anything of the sort.
わーいわーい。
I would need a source on that so I could look into it and see what's really going on. If I can't post lewd waifu stuff on Discord, I don't even know why I have a Discord. Like, there's no use to that at that point. Rena pranced around merrily as if a curse had been broken. I know they don't like lolis, and we try not to allow lolis on my Discord for that one stupid reason, but...
悪のゾンビ軍団は廃人と帰したか。ヒロインが生き残るのは映画のお約束だもんな。
何を気取ってるのですの？
Unfortunately, that's still not an appropriate question. What your waifu ages that act older than they are? What are the ages of waifu that act older than they are? So you're talking about characters that act older than they are. I don't know a lot of characters who act older than they are.
Yoko.
Well, okay, in that case, those are situations in which I think the character should be older, but the stupid artist who designed them was like, oh, let's make them 14. Because maybe they're creepy, but they have good sense in drawing style. So what they draw is an 18-year-old plus. I look at that, I'm attracted to them like I am any other adult, yet they made them 14, and I just kind of try to conveniently ignore the fact that they labeled them 14 or 15, because I think it's stupid that they did in the first place. Like Alyssa from God Eater, one of my favorite characters, but someone went ahead and made her 15? I'm like, what? No, you're full of crap. Just wondering how you operate doing your profession. Well, Sunday stream, like, I thought it was pretty well known now that I upload 2 videos, always one on Tuesday, and always one on Friday. I try to make the Tuesday video non-Fate something, and then the one on Friday always Fate something. And Sundays, I've just been trying to do more chill live streams because it's been fun, but I can't do them every time. Well, my favorite version of Yoko is when you see her at the beginning of the story, not when she's a teacher. So, there's that. But...
ケイチさんがもたもたしてるからお仕置きしますです。
Well, people are gonna bitch regardless of whether you make the waifu adult or not, at least on the Twitter frame. It's like, no, this is supposed to be wholesome. You can't lewd Yor. I'm like, she's an adult. People are suspecting her of being a spy because she doesn't have a husband, and what do you think a husband would do to create a daughter? They fucking. That's just how it works, man. Fate Friday has been that way for long time. Minus this particular week, which I had to do Xenoblade Chronicles 2 lores in 2 parts. I was subdued by Satoko and Rika-chan, and once again sentenced to death by 100 tickles.
That's the worst.
じゃあ生き残ったでしょうは竜宮レナと園崎ミオン。イエーイ。
Cheating bastard.
あれみーちゃんゾンビじゃなかったの？
ふりしてただけ。敵を騙すには味方からって言うじゃん。
Gudako and Ritsuka act older than they are? I don't know, necessarily. Artoria acts older than she is. Well, not necessarily, because Artoria is that old. If anything, she acts pretty young sometimes, like the girl she was never allowed to be. So in that case, yeah. But Artoria, if you're talking her body, then yeah, she acts older than her body's age. But mentally, she is that old. Twitter doesn't dictate artists. You know, Twitter is a great place to network with the artists, though, so... Twitter is nasty and wonderful at the same time.
はいはい急いで着替えないとね。次の授業に遅れんなよ。
離せサトコリカちゃん。
I mean, to be fair, I would argue that obviously Satoko and Rika look like kids. I don't lewd them. I don't get why people would lewd them. How strong would Shiro Emiya be at full potential? You sound like you've been watching a lot of Tsaya's videos. I don't even know what you mean by full potential. What's holding Shiro back? That if you were growing up with a proper teaching in Magecraft? But if Kiritsugu... Those are all like weird what-if situations, and I'm like, I guess he would be better at projecting shit, but he eventually got really good at it. I don't think he's ever not at his full power as a servant, other than maybe having a shitty master and his mana sucks or something. But Shiro could already take down Gilgamesh as long as Gilgamesh had his pride down. Presumably, maybe, if Archer Emiya hadn't wasted his time fighting himself and getting weak and all that shit, he would have been a perfect rival for Gilgamesh instead. I don't know if that means he'd be able to take on Ea. Something tells me that Ro-Ias wouldn't be able to defeat Ea. Having had my fill of being terrified to my core by club activities, I solemnly swear I would have Mion crying for mercy next time.
That's a challenge.
Hello, bot.
Hello, bot. Jesus.
It
I
happens randomly.
I love how it does, but it's like, there's so many... it just pisses me off how YouTube is all like, oh, let's prevent profanity and all these, and it's like,
you can't even solve bots,
you
yeah.
can't even prevent bots from doing this shit. It's like, come on. Ugh, I'm going in there and reporting every single one of them. I'm gonna spam their frickin' SQL server and be like, yo. Seriously.
After arriving home, I quickly made preparations to head out once again. I had agreed to meet with Rena to dig Colonel Randy out of the mountains of treasure from before.
うちに軍手ってあるかな。あとタオル。
表の物置の中になかった？タオルは洗面所ね。
Alright, now I was all ready. Looking at me, my mom stared quizzically.
何ケイチ？すごいいでたちでどこへお出かけ？
If they come to dump again legally, he'll be buried completely and it'll be impossible to dig him out. And if that happens, Rena will undoubtedly go after Colonel Randy in front of the fried chicken place in town.
ちょっと発掘に。クラスメートを犯罪者にしないために。
はあ？あまり遅くならないようにね。
Very understanding mom. Mom returned to the kitchen with a puzzled expression still on her face. How are the bots created? I don't fucking know, actually. Obviously somebody's developed software that will send fake user accounts onto YouTube to find random live streams to spam shit in the site is. It's kind of weird. The problem is, I don't even see that as being like a real website. It's almost there to like be trolling. Like, is there really a place called Sexy Chat XYZ?
Yeah, XYZ is a real domain.
That's so weird. Cutting through the woods as a shortcut to the dam side, I ran into someone. It was Tomitake-san, probably taking pictures of wild birds again with that precious camera of his. It wouldn't be all that he took pictures of, was handsome young... It couldn't be that all he took pictures of was handsome young men in the twilight.
Yeah, 久しぶり。ケイチ君だったよね。
どうもその説は。
Take the fight to the bots, says Caitlin P. I expelled the rude imagery from my head and greeted him without inciting anything.
そういえば、彼女は君の知り合いだよね。
He was probably talking about Rena. Guessing by the way Tomitake-san was shaken up.
あれは一体何だったんだい？彼女が無気味のナタを持って歩いてるんだよ。
Hatchet girl.
それもニヤニヤと笑いながら。
That was Rena without a doubt. I expect that she was grinning in anticipation of taking Colonel Randy home.
身に危険を察して隠れたけど、警察に電話した方がいいんじゃないかな。
Well, it certainly would be quite the spectacle for a girl of her age to be roaming around with a hatchet. Tomitake-san's reaction was the epitome of logical.
いいんです、いいんです。ほっといてください。また犠牲者を探して徘徊しているだけですから。
Damn it, Keiichi, that doesn't help. Tomitake-san was alarmed by my crass response. Well, it was probably hard for normal people to understand, Rena. I'll just toss out a bunch of baloney.
富武さんがここで殺されたら、多分犯人はあいつです。せいぜい嗅ぎ回らないようにすることですね。
With a condescending smirk, I stared off in the direction of the dam site where Rena was waiting. Before I got too far, Tomitake-san abruptly called out to me.
ケイチ君、それ、よそ者の僕への警告のつもりかい？
I didn't mean that seriously. I did try to make it obvious, but
せいぜい気をつけることにするよ。
leaving only those words behind, Tomitake-san turned around and left. I didn't really mean to call him an outsider. I wasn't really implying anything when I said that. It was only meant to be a joke. It's a joke. But it felt like I'd said something bad.
Okay.
After you finish the live stream, you put up the poll for Higurashi in it, and Higurashi, like a age up Rika, 18 would be awesome. I mean, I guess. It depends on how well she's drawn. I don't need someone to age up Rena, because there's plenty of already adult-looking-ish characters. And Rena doesn't look... Well, that makes her look like a goofier child-ish. Not entirely, but...
She's a goofball.
She's supposed to be, like, what, high school? So that's nothing new for an anime character. Yeah, I've been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Would Rena actually be more or less scary if she were a yandere? Do you know anything about Rena? Somebody gallivanting about while waving a hatchet around certainly would seem dangerous.
ナタは鞘とかをかぶせて持ってこい。むきみはさすがにまずいだろう。
She's not exactly a yandere, but she does have her share of creepy moments. Thinking about it, there really was no need to try and keep up appearances. Although we do get to see older Rena in Higurashi Go, remember?
So.
Everyone in Hinamizawa probably already knew about Rena's eccentricities. Actually, you get to see older versions of Rena and Mion as well at one point. She's probably the only person who could carry a hatchet around in Hinamizawa and not be considered suspicious.
まあいっか。
Apparently not.
今日で決めるぜ。
The perfect crime.
最後の針をぶっ壊せば引きずり出せるはずさ。準備万端。任せとけ。
I took the hatchet from Rena and made my way up the unstable slope. Why the fuck does she think Randy-kun is cute?
よっしゃ下がってな。一気に蹴りをつけてやる
She's
ぜ。
a strange one. We know this to be true.
Aye, aye, aye. A solid thwack rang out throughout Hinamizawa as the job was being done by a as if the job were being done by a lumberjack.
I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay.
うまくいきそう？無理そうだったら無理しなくていいよ。
ここさえ折れればあとはなんとかなる。今日は気力も充実。
If you haven't watched the entirety of the Higurashi anime, which means, at the very least, Higurashi's first season and Higurashi Kai, then you don't know the full story. It's designed that way intentionally. Is Reina with a split personality? Actually?
I mean, personality, no.
Well-
We'll get into that later.
She's got some messed up stuff, but I don't know if I'd qualify it directly as that.
She's got stuff to hide, for sure. But I don't think that's a split personality
Ikeru!
issue.
But this adversary was more formidable than I expected. First of all, I'd never used a hatchet before. During a school camping trip, I had wanted to split the wood, but I lost at rock, paper, scissors and wasn't able to do it.
Oh.
Because the spot where I was standing was so unstable, I soon became tired and decided to take a break. Actually, in one of the routes, you get to see Reina, like, fully adult. Although it's not exactly pleasant. So we don't get a good chance.
Oh.
Reina had already spread out a tarp and laid down some tea and leaves.
大丈夫。
Sweets.
Sweet.
Sweets. Why did I say leaves?
I don't know.
Because tea leaves.
もう一息。今夜レナが寝るときにはランディ君にお休みのキスができるようになってるさ。
ありがとう、ランディ君。おやすみのキス。
Wash it first. You are pulling it out of a dump.
レナも転校生だったんだろ？ 前はどこに住んでたんだよ。
I asked her nonchalantly while drinking tea. I thought she'd lived here all her life.
お、関東の方だよ。ここほどじゃないけど、やっぱり田舎だったかな。
なんで引っ越してきたんだよ、ひなみ沢に。
In rural.
ほら、ここって結構田舎だろ。
ケイチ君はなんで引っ越してきたの？お父さんの仕事と関係あるのかな？
うちの親父がアトリエを移したいって言い出したんだよ。こういう山奥がいいって前々から言っててさ。
アトリエ？ケイチ君のお父さんって芸術家さんなの？
風景画ばっかり描いてる。年に2回くらいはどっかで個展を開いてるらしい。
When he started, his works were displayed in an industry plaza in Tokyo, but now they're exhibited in the Makuhari Messe? He's determined to have them displayed in the Waterfront International Exhibition Hall.
You gotta
それってすごい
wash it off with
ね。
freaking Lysol.
今度レナにも見せてね。
I was too embarrassed to tell her that I didn't really know what kind of pictures my father painted. Well, eventually I would. I picked myself up while giving some vague answers.
でも楽器途中の転校だったんでしょ？大変じゃなかった？
別に都会ってのには飽きてたし。
I was trying to get answers from Rena, but I ended up being the one giving out all the answers. With a bit of a wry smile on my face, I grabbed the handle of the hatchet and headed back to the worksite. The air grew colder as the sun slowly set. The Higurashi began their song as if to tell me to stop and head home for the day.
For God's sake.
Just a bit more. Today I would end it! When I first started, I chatted with Reina as I worked, but now I didn't have that luxury.
ほら、てめえ、ちくしょう。
I had swung the hatchet countless times today, just like this. Contact. Shards of wood splintered. The assailants butchered the victim's body with hatchets and pickaxes. Woo! I recalled that passage from the tabloid. One hit with something like this would smash someone's head in.
Yeah.
Axes and pickaxes are not meant to be swung at people. Ever. Tell that to the Vikings! With one last swing, the beam cracked apart. The weight I put behind the hatchet not only split through the beam, but smashed the statue's shoulder as well. The arm came off with a sickening sound. Would you have a Raina waifu pillow because she's waifu, she adult would be my number one? You would, huh? I don't like her that much. She's not bad. She's good in relation to this series, but I don't go to Higurashi for my waifu generally. I go for Higurashi for the crazy-ass horror.
Yeah.
The arm came off with a sickening sound. It clattered down noisily, stopping at my feet.
ごめん、人形の腕壊しちゃったよ。
Whoops.
なんだ、ケイチ君が怪我をしたんじゃないかって思っちゃった。
I probably had a really guilty look on my face. Rena said that without a hint of dismay as she
ガ
smiled.
ムテープとかでくっつけて、その上に上着を着せるもの。絶対わからないよ。
そっか。じゃあ引っ張り出そうぜ。そっち持ってくれるか。
Maybe you should be more careful. How did you lop its arm off while trying to get stuff from above it off?
Freaking hatchet, though. If you, like, chopped through the beam and hit his arm.
I mean, if you did both, but they didn't say that. They still haven't found one of the arms. I laughed dryly at how pathetic I was for considering the arm flopping down and rolling to my feet to be such a bad omen. Both Rena and Mion knew how sickening the incident was, so they pretended that they didn't know. I had looked it all up by myself, and shamefully enough, I was scared.
情けないぜ、前原圭一。よっしゃ、レナ、一気に行くぞ。せーの。
やったやったよ、ケイチ君。
Why? The right time to give 3 cheers. That moment of 2 days of work bearing fruit. He who was brought to Hinamizawa covered in filth to meet his end. Instead, we were able to welcome him back. You're pretty lucky, Colonel Randy. Your new master is a pretty decent person.
うわあ、ランディ君だ。やっぱ可愛いよ。
It didn't matter that he was dirty. Rena nuzzled him cheerfully with her cheek. I was dead tired, but seeing Rena's happy face made it all worth
じ
it.
ゃあ手伝うから持っていこうぜ。暗くなるとまずいだろう。
そうだね。ケイチくん、本当にありがとうね。この恩は忘れないね。
恩返しは何がいいかよく考えておくよ。
どんな恩返しだろう。恩返しだろう。
Keiichi is a pretty unhinged dude, to be fair. For now, I just hold back my evil cackle. We were ready to take it to her house, but we couldn't go like this. We rolled the statue up in the tarp and lifted him. And so Jack and Jill went down the hill carrying a human-sized bag and an unsheathed hatchet. I prayed that we wouldn't run into Tomitake-san. If he saw us here and took a picture, we'll need to get rid of him. Is that meant to be a warning for an outsider like me? Something struck me as odd about those words Tomitake-san, unable to grasp my sense of humor, had left behind. Higurashi when they cry. Shut up! Shut up! What kind of name is Rena? Oh yeah, the whole thing about her name. That's for a later story as well.
Oh yeah. God, there's so much.
And with that, we are going to wrap it up today. I guess I'll hit continue and then end from the title screen or whatever.
タイトル。
どうだったケイちゃん。
Yes, I'm sure. Maybe I should have waited until after the stream to click delete on that. Anyway, you get me on a black screen. Thank you all for tuning in. I will put a vote up. If you want to see more of this, definitely vote for more Higurashi. If not, you can vote for something else. And I don't think I can do something this upcoming Sunday. I think we've got some family coming out.
Yeah.
But maybe the one after that. So we will see. And until next time, celebrate your fandom.